We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. And you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata, your mata, your mata, your mata, your mata, your mata, your mata, your mata, your mata.
Call your friends, everybody follow me one by one. take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. I won't let go. I won't let go. I won't let go. I won't let go. I won't let go. I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane.
got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling.
got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I tell I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights at the side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
Got the money in the bank.
Game Changers
Before
büyük
we
finaline
begin the
başlamadan
Game Changers
önce
Grand Final
dün
today, we want to take a moment to acknowledge a tragic event that took place in Istanbul yesterday, where two young women lost their lives. Our community is grieving today, and we want them to know our thoughts are with them. Before we start the show, we will observe a minute of silence to remember the voices of the lives that have been lost to femicide, and we invite everyone at home around the world to join us. We hope this event, a celebration of women, can offer some comfort and hope. And to those who are hurting, please know that everyone involved in Game Changers and at Riot Games is sending their love and support to each and every one of you.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
We are in Istanbul for the Game Changers LAN party, and the game's today, and we had some fun stuff happening the last days. On Friday we were at the game bar where we played some cool games with everyone and meet up, and we played Guitar Hero. It was horrible from my side, but it worked somehow.
We spent the first night at the game bar, and we played like Guitar Hero, and we played darts, and we were all very bad at it. But it was very fun.
It was great. We had a focus group giving some feedback to Riot, doing this kind of stuff, and also we had workshops. So this was like getting feedback about like how to do interviews. I hope I'm doing good. We had stuff about social media, and it was it's been fun.
Well, this experience means a lot to me because it's my first Game Changer stage ever. Like, it was the first split I played in, and now we're here and we can enjoy the time even though we didn't qualify. So yeah, it's really cool to meet all the players in Game Changers and like meet the stuff behind, and be at the first LAN of Game Changers EMEA.
I mean, it's just great to see a big stage and everything. As a player, it motivates me to want to continue. Be on this stage and do this crazy stuff, and yeah, it's good to meet people and get out there. Just it's gonna be really good to see the final today.
Hello everybody and welcome to the grand finals of VCT EMEA Game Changers Stage 3. It's been a long road. We went through Stage 1, Stage 2. We saw the teams that managed to qualify for Game Changers Champions, and we have arrived at the very last day of VCT EMEA Game Changers. And this is the thing. For the first time in the history of our competition here in EMEA, we will have a LAN event, and that is taking place today at Istanbul in Turkey. I am your host Yingsu, and I'm here with Kakuka and Billy. And as you guys would know, we've had an event at Istanbul before, and that was absolutely fantastic. And I am so happy that we are returning to one of the nations that's given us some of the greatest players in the world.
Yeah, and not only that, think about the amount of Turkish players that we have going on the stage today. Even in Istanbul, back at Champs, there wasn't that many. You had Alpha, you could cheer for them, but that was about it. For today, though, what this means for the community and for Game Changers, I still remember 2021 when things were starting to get going and people were asking for these things. And I feel like every single year we take a step on the right direction. And I'm so happy that we get to celebrate Game Changers like this today.
Yeah, I think it's just so nice as well to have everyone together in person, right? It's so great to be together at an event and get to see all of your friends, people that have competed with each other, against each other. Game Changers is a community within EMEA that you've probably been on a team with someone or against someone at some point. So yeah, it's just really wholesome to see everyone get together in Istanbul.
I also really need to know the tea that Rescue was just dropping there because Petra was like reacting. There was something really crazy going on, but it's just so nice to see our players being able to actually look over at each other across the stage when they are at play. And of course, there is a considerable LAN difference though when it comes to this, because a lot of these players this is not going to be their first time.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. At the beginning of the year, we also asked the teams, hey, what are your expectations for 2024? What would you like to see? Almost all of the players in G2 Gosen said more LANs. We want to play on LAN. We want to see the other players from the other side of the stage. We thrive in these situations.
Yeah, they do indeed. And let's talk about what is on the line here, because of course these teams, they've qualified for Game Changers Championship already, but we have an incredible trophy. I feel like the trophies in EMEA have only gotten better and better. And look at this beauty.
Oh my god. It's so nice. It's so nice. Like, I feel as though we've really outdone ourselves with this one, and it looks heavy to lift as well, right? Like, it looks super heavy to lift, but incredible trophy.
I just want to say, we listen, we learn, we know what you thought of the trophy.
And it's amazing.
And now look at what we did. So we'll keep complaining. We'll keep getting better.
Honestly, I love that trophy, but also, of course, our seeding too on the line. And for some reason, the first seeds haven't always worked out all that well when we go to champs. But there's a lot of pride too, because you want to win this tournament. You want to be known as the best team, Billy, going into Game Changers champs.
Yeah, definitely. And to have the bragging rights of winning for the first time that we've played on LAN as well, I mean, you want to be able to have that as well as being able to get that first seed going into champs.
And for Giant X, it would be such a statement, right? After the year that they've had and how much they invested in it. They were even boot camping in Istanbul before the grand finals was even decided. So I think it would be a very good year to very good time to not seal the deal in the year, but you know.
Yeah, and there's a good reason for them to boot camping in Turkey, of course. They have 3 Turkish players. We will have 5 of them on stage today. And they're also some of the best players I feel like we have in the entire tournament.
Absolutely. We've talked so much about them. We have the new faces, but also returning people from all the years that we've had of Game Changers. So having them being part of this grand final with what it means to the community is spectacular.
Yeah, definitely. And I think being able to play on home turf as well, where your friends and family and people you know can come and support you, I think that makes it even better and more meaningful for them.
It does indeed. And speaking of those Turkish players, let's check in with 2 of them. Here is Mitch, I believe, standing by with Ness and Vanya.
All right, folks, welcome to an interview we've got lined up with Ness from GX and Vanya from G2. First of all, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game.
You're welcome.
Well, I wanted to start this one out by talking to you, Ness. You started in Game Changers a long time ago. I think it was 2021. And from then, the online era of Valorant until now, seeing Game Changers in Turkey, in Istanbul, on the stage, how does it feel to see how far the Game Changers scene has come?
I mean, it's really like good, and it's always like growing up, and it's like in Turkey we have learned like the first one, and I'm gonna play. It's so excited for me. Like, I'm really excited to play. It feels amazing to me.
Wow, and is that a big deal for you as well, Vanya, being here in Turkey and getting to play on that stage?
Yeah, I'm already excited, but especially in Turkey, it will be more excited for me. I'm just ready for play, but my parents will come today here, so it's more exciting for me.
Do you think this is, because obviously you've competed in big international events before, and I wanted to ask, does this feel even more special that it's here in Istanbul?
Yeah, this is more special because it is my country, and I'm gonna play here, and there just will be more people here. And yeah, I know some of them, so it will be more exciting for me.
Wow, playing in front of people you know, this is going to be a fantastic day. But speaking about the game that's to come reminds me of the game that already happened. And you guys have played each other before earlier in the year. Now, obviously, Ness, for Giants, it didn't go too well that time. But I wanted to ask you, what's going to be different this time around?
For us, I think we were lost like back then when we started playing as a team. Like, it take a while to like bring the synergy to the team. Like, we had energy issues, like sometimes comms, and I think right now we fixed like many stuff. Like, for example, this stage was really bad for us because we were trying to play the perfect game. Like, we were trying to win the game by like playing safe, you know, like advantage. But now we just like step back and think about it, and we are so ready to play our own game, like instead of like focusing on the enemy or like advantages, you know?
Yeah, you found your own style in the server. That's fantastic to hear. Well, Vanya, hearing this, that GX have got their identity solved, do you think, are you worried at all about what they're going to bring to the stage in this rematch?
I mean, I trust my team because we are playing the team play, and we worked a lot. We are always working and trying to put more in it. So I trust my team, and I know they're playing good also. I respect them. Then I just want to play and see.
All right, well, I'll let you guys go and get ready for that game. Thank you so much for joining me, and very best of luck in the match.
Thanks so much.
All right, we'll throw this back to the desk. See you guys.
Honestly, shout out to the fact that Vanya's family are gonna be there as well. I'm so jealous to anyone that gets to meet them, because I want to know how, you know, how they managed to give us a player that's this good, that's this versatile. And also, if we're looking at the bracket, is this the two teams you guys expected to make it here as well?
I want to say yes. Like, as much as we've had Falcons in the previous two finals before, I like the journey that Giant X has faced. I mean, G2 and Giant X throughout this stage has had completely different stories. You have Giant X dropping into that bracket on the very first day, and it would have been tough for them having to fight through that lower bracket, whereas G2, clean sweep.
Yeah, exactly. The performance that G2 has been having throughout the year, but especially in this last split, has been amazing. But as you're saying, for Giant X to lose their first match in playoffs and go all the way through the lower bracket to make it here to the grand final after winning their first best of 5 last week, there is no better form that you can come in to this point.
And also, I'm glad you mentioned Falcons, because I think there probably are some people that expected them to maybe be in this position. We will see them. They will be back again. Their journey this year is not over, because of course there's 3 teams, the 3 slots even, up for grabs for the first time ever for Game Changers Championship, which by the way will be in Berlin, so make sure you guys tune in for that event. But Falcons, they have qualified. They will be there, and they're probably using this time to observe, you know, the teams that are still playing.
Oh yeah, exactly. The teams that are still playing from other regions, as we're seeing, there's still a lot of spots up for grabs. What are your thoughts? Who do you think's making it from China? What are we gonna see?
I'm not sure, but are you happy the crew made it from that time? I feel like, yeah. NA though, we have to say surely Shopify, Billy. If Shopify don't make it, I think that would just be a travesty.
It will be a crying shame if Shopify don't make it. I mean, we've seen these girls last year. I mean, yeah, FlyQuest is also another good shout, but 2 slots.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm happy with whoever gets to go, because we got 3 slots, baby.
Yeah, we do.
Will that make a difference?
Although I feel like, again, it'd be nice to see maybe more slots for Brazil. For me, I feel like the more the better. Give us like 100 slots, you know, why not?
We're learning from VCT, you know, when Americas was consolidated and we went into international events and all the Brazilian teams started winning, people stopped with the narrative of stop giving LATAM so many slots.
Yeah, you tell him.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No.
You want to get off your chest?
Right now, it's probably a Taylor Swift song, so no.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have heard enough from us, so why now listen to more of the players that are currently in Istanbul. Here's Amy and Jolina with Tombiz.
Hello, everyone. I am joined by Jolina and, of course, Amy. They're going to be going head-to-head in our grand final today for GC. And I just want to start off with a fairly sort of basic question. You used to play on the same team. For either of you, is it a bit weird seeing each other across the other side of the stage?
Yes and no, because I think the last time we saw each other was when we were boot camping on Ascent, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's weird, but also not, because I'm comfortable with my team and I'm used to my team now, so I'm just ready to play.
Also, I feel like it's really common to, like, I mean, almost every team we face, I feel like there's someone I've played with before and stuff like that, so it's not like new, but playing on stage,
yeah,
I guess someone is new for me, definitely.
Yeah. Are you going to be like, are any death stares? It's a bit more awkward because obviously it's side by side.
It's a bit harder. I have to like look back all the way.
If you do a good clutch, it's like, that one was for you. Well, for you, Amy, you've barely lost a map this stage. Like G2 have been super clean. I think it was only versus NASA where things went a little bit more wrong. Is it going to be the same story today, or is this? Do you expect some resistance from GX?
I think Giant X is a really good team. So. Who knows? I think if we play our game, it should be a good game for us. And yeah, we don't really think about if we lose maps or don't. Like, we just want to win in the end. So if it's 3-2, if it's 3-0, it's all good.
Is there any specific map maybe you're a little bit more nervous about? Obviously, no veto leaks or anything yet, but
no, not really.
Not a single map. I would have said Icebox, but you know, maybe that's just me. For Jolina, now obviously last stage. You played against them, didn't go the best.
Yeah.
I want to know, you're up against your old teammate. Is there anything that you think maybe mind games or something for Amy that you go, okay, and I know how to beat her?
I mean, not Amy in specific. For me, it's obviously we've yet to beat G2, so I'm just looking forward to playing the team as a whole, you know? It's not just Amy, even though obviously it's fun to play all teammates.
So there's nothing you think, I know this about her game, and I'm gonna exploit that specifically.
No. It's not like, oh, she plays this position, now I'm gonna pre-fire her.
Well, it seems like we're going to have a great match ahead. Thanks, Jolina. Thanks, Amy.
Thank
It's been
you.
fantastic, and best of luck to both of you in the match later on. Back to the desk.
I mean, Jolina is right. You know, in Game Changers, there is a lot of roster shuffles. We see a lot of players come in and out. But for this GX team this year, though, they've stuck together. They decided to build an actual long-term, I know they love this phrase, project. And if we look at their achievement, you know, as a team, Kukuka, it's really worked out for them. They've kind of ramped their way up to the end.
Exactly. We were making the comparisons about, yeah, it's very nice to have a LAN. It's very nice that we got to have Game Changers Championship. But for Giant X, with the investments that they made this year, we saw them back competing in 2021. But for players like Miori and Jolina, this is the first time they're going to be playing against a crowd. And before 2024, Miori never even made it out of groups with Navi. And for Jolina, it was that team with Ascend Ryzen that Asuka was coaching. They would always get to the final, or even on that third slot, but never like won any of it. And for Asuka, he has so much experience and has always got so close to winning that trophy. Even though they're already going to Game Changers Championship, this could be a before and after for this team and this players.
Yeah, I really love this team. It's nice to see the trajectory that they've kind of had over the year. And like, also shout out their first name before they got picked up by Giant X, Scooby-Doo Mix. I really love that so much. So yeah.
Love that. And yeah, for Asuka, I feel like it's about time. It's about time. But the problem is their opponent, Billy, yeah, they win. Many times.
They do be winning, yeah. They kind of do be winning, yeah. I mean, the experience on G2 goes in second to none. Like, we have 3 players on here that have been to international events already. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough for Giant X. And like, even Amy, again, another player that was on Ascend last year, always like kind of missing out before getting to that final stage. Actually missing out on Champs last year, getting beat by Vanya, and now joining her this year, which is quite ironic. So yeah, it's going to be a hard team to come up against.
Yeah, and they come up in such good form. But if my memory is not betraying me, it's not since 2021 that they were able to win this last final. You were talking about the curse of winning this last tournament before going into Game Changers Championship. But G2 did not win it last year, did not win it the previous one. They were champions in 2022.
And the funny thing is they always go up against Ness and Smurfette, it feels like, when they get here. And back
Ness
then,
and Smurfette time.
Yeah, and back then when they did beat them, but then when it mattered, when it had to, you know, to win to go to champs, it was Ness and Smurfette that won it on Guild. So I feel like this head-to-head matchup is going to be very interesting. But we're going to tell you guys about our predictions in just a moment. But for now, let's take a look at what some of the other players predicted that's going to happen today. Not a lot of them believed in GX. In fact, did anybody predict GX?
Yeah. Jade. Base. Oh, she knows. She knows.
But here's the thing, though. If we take a look at the head-to-head, you know, between some of the star players we have here is Rescue versus Smurfette. We could see why maybe a lot of those players, Billy, are leaning more towards G2, you think?
Yeah, I can see why. I mean, I think I wanted to kind of look at these 2 players because we've been speaking about experience, and I think these 2 kind of summarize it very well for me. You've got an almost 10-year age gap between these 2, but in saying that, Smurfette, the amount of experience that she brings into Giant X, Rescue as well, like, she's only really competed on a LAN environment once this year at another tournament, so it's going to be interesting to see how she comes into this one and what she can actually, you know, bring to the table being put under that pressure.
And the conversation is always the same, right? Somebody's joining G2 Goes, and are they going to be good enough? At the beginning of the year, there were some names that we knew were going to end up there. We think about the ideal roster of EMEA, but what Rescue has been doing has been completely unhinged and very difficult to deal with for the other players. And so far, Giant X has not been able to win against G2.
Yeah, here's the thing though, with Smurfette, even if we look back on those experiences you were speaking about, Smurfette was the Turkish duelist, the Turkish jet, you know, she was up there statistically doing everything, and Rescue was kind of a bit colder warming up into this year, but I want to cope just for a quick second when it comes to the LAN experience. Obviously Smurfette, you know, already has that, going to GC champs and everything, and again, a very, very long career already, but the one time that we did see Rescue on LAN, Billy, you and I were there, and I know the format wasn't super serious, they had to play 3 duelists, but she was insane.
Yeah.
Like Rescue on LAN in that event, I felt like I was watching like a god at work. Like she just did not seem to be bothered by the environment at all.
Yeah, it's like she came alive. We talk about Lanimals, like Rescue was unstoppable at that event. And I don't know if it's because it's like, oh, you don't really have much to lose, you know, it's a goofy format. But yeah, I mean, we're saying just now, I hope the pressure doesn't get to her, but there wasn't even a crowd at that event as well, which is something else that we need to think about.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, it's not only just a crowd, you have the support in your team and also in the opposing team. I think it's the perfect warm-up for GC champions.
I love that. I love that. But let's talk about another Turkish player. You guys heard from her a little bit earlier in that interview. Ness, also someone that's been around for a long, long time. Someone who's actually, you know, won titles in EMEA as well. How do we feel about this Sova pick right now?
Oh, I love it. I think that it's always a good omen to see her on Sova.
It's a Sova.
I know. Sometimes I just get it wrong, you know me. But really, like how comfortable she feels, how much she brings to the team. It is so surprising because we have seen so many faces of Ness over the years, and it's so surprising to see that even on a different age and a different pick, it really looks like she's been doing it for 4 years.
Yeah, definitely. I think the only concern I have here is when you're coming up against Petra on that opposing Sova, when she heats up, she really heats up. But it is nice to see how flexible Ness has been throughout joining Giant X.
Yeah, it is indeed. And here's the thing that we have to talk about this best of 5. GX, they have already won one. You know, they broke that curse. But the problem is G2 are coming into this, Billy, with 2 bans. They get to take away any maps they want. And first of all, which maps do you feel like maybe they should be taken away? And second of all, if they do get taken away, Billy, how dramatic is that in terms of lowering Giant X's chances?
I mean, they're definitely going to take away Ascent. Ascent has been their insta-ban all throughout this. The second one, I'm not too sure just yet. If anything, you'd like to think that they would take away one of Giant X's more stronger maps, which would be the Icebox, of course. But when we look at their track record so far, like, G2 don't really have any maps that aren't strong, which is the issue for Giant X. They kind of need to go into this one with an open mind and a flexible map pool.
Man, it's so complicated. Like, if you're Giant X, you're coming from the lower, as we're saying, there's 2 bans. And for the side of G2, it has to do with comfort. If it's not the Icebox, I would personally like to see something like the Haven, because Giant X, Aska, told us that they played it in Premier against G2 Gosen and they won against them. So probably having that information with how we differently Giant X plays this Haven could make it another very good pick for that ban. But as we're seeing from the previous graphic into this one, of course, things are very different from both of the teams.
I would be absolutely floored if they don't take away that Icebox, because the 3-0 looks really good, but the context for those of you at home who haven't been watching GX's games is that this Icebox, they don't just win this Icebox, they win like 13-2, 13-3, like it's a decimation, and they were doing that against the good teams. They weren't doing that in group stage against, like, you know, the open qualifying teams. They were doing that against the best teams we have in this region. So surely if you were G2, I don't even think that you would even want to risk that happening to them on Icebox.
Exactly. We were talking about Smurfette, and it's crazy to see how comfortable she feels about playing the Neon. Even when we asked her on the interviews, she wasn't even that sold, and it's like, yeah, they told me to play Neon. I just go, I play Neon, and it's just, I would be sweating, and you're just having the best day of your life.
Yeah, I think even like that last Icebox we've seen from them, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure it was against Nasser. Like even the end of the actual match was like Maori clutching up with a Sheriff, which was insane. Like you can see that that is clearly a strong map for those girls.
Yeah, I mean the scoreline I feel like is just too big of it's just too big of a risk, because like you guys said, G2 they can go anywhere. Like they don't need to go to Icebox. And this is the other thing. Even if, you know, even if the map vetoes don't work out, they've got the veterans of the game changer scene. I think maybe even VCT in general, because Mimi and Petra, not even combined, just one of them alone, I think has more esports experience than some of the entire teams put together at this point.
Exactly, and even if you take them like separately, as you're saying, it's amazing the experience that you have. But the fact that they've been together for such a long time is not. It's that kind of like friendship that gets translated into the game. We've been seeing it for so long, and it has always worked out every single time. It's not only the moments that they give us, you can see it in game how well these two know each other.
Yeah, I think that's what I like about these two players is they're bringing that experience to G2 Gozen, right? So that you can have players like Vanya and Rescue that have their sort of pop-off individual highlight moments, and you've got these two kind of supporting them throughout all of that as well. And even though we say this about G2, Giant X have the exact same when we consider Ness and Smurfette.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure, I need to be fact-checked on this a little bit, but I'm pretty sure the first LAN that Mimi and Petra, especially I think Petra, played, I think Rescue was 10 or like 11
That's
years
crazy.
old. I think something crazy like that.
So
Genuinely,
every day you
the
make
stat.
me feel older.
Yeah, honestly, I do too, with these crazy aimers and amazing players coming through as well. I mean, we heard some predictions from our players who are currently in Istanbul. Do you guys want to put your knowledge and pride on the line and tell me who you are predicting today?
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, I would need to see the map veto, especially like if we do not see the Icebox ban. I want to see how fast, for example, a map like Bind comes out. Maybe Bind is another map that could potentially be banned. I mean, it depends if they change or fix the composition on the side of G2 or they feel more comfortable with it. I would say 3-1 G2.
Billy?
I think to your point on Bind, like G2 openly said Nasser heavily anti-stratted us. They were like, they knew everything that we were doing. So
that homework's done.
Yeah, that's done. That's done. Everyone knows what they do on Bind by this point. But I think if we were going to do a prediction, it would feel so wrong to have another finals that goes 3-0.
Yeah.
Considering we've had that
single
stage.
Yeah. You just still to lose a map in the grand final.
Do you know what? I'm going to let you finish in just a second, Billy, because I'm going to go against the grain and I'm going to go with history. And historically, Smurfette and Ness have done pretty well when it comes to this particular time in the year. And I also just think it would be crazy for this team to be able to end this year with a win. I'm going with GX. I think GX bring this home.
I hear you. I do hear you.
Yeah. Does that change your mind?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it does. It's G2 Gozen.
G2 are on form.
Stupid,
They're on form. Like, I think this is the best that we have ever seen G2. So I kind of want to weigh it up as a 3-0 to G2.
I'll cut GX some slack. I'll join onto that one. Them being on boot camp, how good their players have been after being knocked out to the lower bracket after their first match. Making it to here, you just won your first best of 5. We talk about momentum coming in. Everything's on your side. I'm completely honest. I'm not biased. I don't care who wins.
Oh, I'm super biased.
I'm losing because I'm not there. So.
I'm biased because Smurfette has like 4 cats and she's a Swiftie, so I feel like I gotta do it. But this is
Showing
it, you
our
guys.
colours.
I'm so excited for this because the players, they are ready. Let's give a lovely and loud welcome even to G2 Gozen and Giant X. There is all to play for here, and G2 Gozen coming in strong with a double map ban, and yes, they take away the Icebox and Ascent. This is what we wanted to see.
I mean, Lotus being the first map pick for G2 makes a lot of sense. Giant X, even though they won this map to make it here to close that best of 5, if you look at their results, every time they win is by a very close margin. They play a different composition that we're used to, and G2, after changing their own composition for stage 3, they're looking impossible to beat. In fact, I think that they haven't lost Lotus since 2023, late in champs.
Yeah, I'm looking more at that Sunset and Abyss pick, knowing that we're going to get them. And Sunset, I cannot wait to see Rescue and Smurfette going head-to-head on that Neon. Like, that's going to be so exciting. And then the Abyss comp as well from G2 goes and playing that Harbor. I cannot wait to see how Vanya plays that. Yeah, it's really interesting. I really like this map veto from G2.
Honestly, I'm here to see a Mimi clutch on Sunset. That's like my favorite. And also, I'm very surprised that the Bind and the Haven are the last two maps. Because if we think about the advantage that they have, the fact that G2 also picks the first map, going that long in the distance, that is what could favor G2, but they have to make it there.
I'm actually on the opposite side to what you're saying. I'm extremely worried for Giant X, because usually if you... you said G2. You said G2.
No, I said, I'm so sorry. I mean that it favors Giants if it goes the distance, and I'm surprised they didn't pick them earlier.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm extremely worried for GX, because usually if you go 2 maps down against G2 or in any match, the third map is incredibly important. This is where you should be making your comeback, going for that reverse sweep. But the third map is Abyss, which for me means that GX, they have to win either Sunset or Lotus if they want a chance. Because if they lose both of those maps, I think it's done. I don't think they can make that comeback on Abyss. And they're also a team that is really slow sometimes to get into a series. They need a little bit of warm-up. They aren't super explosive on that first map, which for me is putting all of the pressure onto the second one. But let's take a look at the agent select here. And yeah, of course, we're going to get some things we've already seen.
We're not surprised by the picks. I think that it is a brilliant pick for G2 Ghost, and what I like about this best of 5 is the separation. There has been a week to prepare for this best of 5. As you were saying, Giant X, they probably need some time to warm up, but last week they did make a statement. It's not only winning the best of 5, so many situations sometimes they're thrown out the window, so many advantages, and last week we did not get it. If they keep working on those kind of things, they have a very good shot.
Yeah, this is really nice. I like both of these comps. I like how you can kind of combo the Fade with the Raze on the side of Giant X, but then also you've got the Breach and the Raze on the side of G2, so it's really nice. I think the kind of players I'm going to be looking out for are the 2 Sentinel players. I think the way Chamber is played is so differently to how the Deadlock is played, so it's going to be interesting to see how they actually match up against one another.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. So it's time to jump into game and throw this over to your casters over at Istanbul. Here's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Yes, we're here in Istanbul, ready to kick off this incredible series. GX, G2, we had interviews with them earlier, and listen, Tom, everything in the lead up to this has just got me hyped. These players, despite the fact that we're looking at seeding being the be-all and end-all, they're ready to play down here. No one wants to be the one to lose this game.
Well, I'll say, we're used to VCT EMEA. Occasionally, or sometimes we get a packed crowd. This is a packed crowd. Like, everybody's turning up for Game Changers. Everybody's looking excited here in Turkey. And, well, there's a lot of Turkish representatives playing within that server. I do agree, though. Yeah, we literally got Alpha here walking up in the back line. It's a good day. But we are going to be getting into that first map fairly quick. And that's the thing. I do feel like, especially the early maps, as they were saying on the desk, they are pretty heavily in favor of G2. But that's the storyline we're going into no matter what. G2 are always the queens at the top of the castle. They are the people to beat every single season. Now, they do fall often when it comes to stage 3 at the end, but there isn't normally a LAN and there isn't normally a trophy, and those are 2 things that G2 like. I don't know if you've ever been to like the G2 offices. There's a few trophies in there, and a few of them involve Game Changer. One of them, I think, was the Champions Trophy that they took a couple of years ago. So I will say that this series was always going to be an uphill battle for GX. They've been working things out. As said, they've been boot camping recently. They're going to have to make some big changes if they're going to win this one, and they need a good start because those first few matches are rough.
Very familiar faces down the front there, cheering on some of their ex-teammates and, well, definitely their friends. As we move on into this series, Tom, I like what you're putting down. You know, we're talking about this as, sure, seeding is on the line, but more importantly than anything, for any of those players down on that stage, this It's the first trophy. They're going to get to lift it, and you want to write your name in history.
It's a sick trophy as well.
It's incredible, too. I mean, you look, at the end of the day, you're probably going to run into Boaster over the next year. You want to be able to boast a little bit at him. Hey, show me your trophy. I'll show you mine. Well,
he has
he's
a few.
Be disappointed.
He does have. He has other ones, which are pretty cool.
To choose from. Show me your most recent trophy.
Yeah,
Let's leave it at that.
Show me that one. You can wear it as a hat, and I'm going to hoist this one. But no, that's the thing. I think this is going to be a good matchup nonetheless. Like, I know that, again, you look at data, you look at stats, you look at past matches, it's G2. Like, anybody who's looking at all of the data and going, I think GX are going to win, you're part of GX. I hate to, but you have worked for their organization or you're a big fan, because it has to lean the other way. The thing I'll always say, though, and I always find this with Smurfette teams, any team that she plays on, is there are aspects of she's a big game player. Like, when someone like her is needed to step up for her team, she will be there. The same for Ness as well. We've seen it throughout tournaments in the past. And it's not like they're coming in as like a weak squad whatsoever. They have got depth in talent. They've got experience. Sarah's been on the other side of the stage before with the other team. So we know that they'll be able to battle in this one. The issue will be, is it enough? And that's always going to be the case all the way through these maps. But as they said on the desk, I think a good start is going to be paramount, because if you start slow versus G2, especially on Lotus, like this has been their bread and butter. This is a map where their comp isn't like completely unorthodox. Other people do run the deadlock and do run things similar. But you also then look at the comp of GX and you go, they're running a chamber. They're going aggro defense. They're going into your face. If that fails, you're in trouble.
Yeah, you know, when I think about this matchup, Tom, I think back on the desk, and they were asking some questions to each other. Sue was making some of the other analysts go in for a prediction. And I could see Billy fighting with herself. In her mind, she was having a battle. She did not want to give G2 that same favor. And she didn't want to give him the 3-0 either. Said it sucked to see another grand final. But I think she ended up there in the end, understandably, looking at this roster. Tom, Billy wasn't brave enough to break away from the mold, the 3-0 G2, the LAN, all this stuff you've set up. I think she agrees with you. Are you brave enough, Tom? You going to put a prediction down here today? You're going to go against G2?
It's 3-0 G2. Like, if I'm being brutally honest, I'm always going to stick with data. I'm always going to stick with the team that has been there, done that, got the T-shirt. They've lost one map, this stage, one map, and they were talking about being heavily anti-stratted. That map comes in as the 5th map in the pool. We ain't getting to bind. I'm sorry. And that's the thing. If GX prove me wrong, we've got a banger grand final. I'm all the happier. I'm all the merrier. But G2 have always been the team to beat. And you put Mimi and Petra, those two combined have more LAN experience than everyone else on the stage combined, including their teammates.
Well, it's been a long year. It's time to see these rosters bloom here on Lotus as the barriers go up. And we see GX mount that defensive side. You can already see there's a bit of an idea to get aggressive through that smoke. They've gone. Miori's got a bit of a challenge on her hand, and she will lose that fight. Players ready at the door to support, wanting to swing out with a paranoia perhaps, but the space hasn't been committed to just yet. G2 are waiting for a push to come in, and that's exactly what they get here on middle, but it's a whole lot of players, and the utility might send them back in the other direction, but they've equalized early on.
This leaves the C site with a pretty vast opening. Rescue to lead the charge, and see GX already looking to try and set up for that retake. Mentioned it. There's going to be a lot of defensive aggression when it comes to the compositions that they're running, but it's definitely not going to be an easy task if that fails. Retake is going to be tough.
Oh, there's a challenge, but at least they kept that paranoia over on that attack side, ready to fire it out. The nade already landed. That's going to completely delay the stun, countered out by that utility thrown in. In fact, the reveal might catch them. There it is. There's a big wall in the way, so no wall bangs to come through, but they've got the information. And for GX, losing another player, now having to push out of a smoke up against 2 players holding. It's a death sentence, and it proves to be 1-0 for G2.
Yeah, stellar start. And they're going to know what they're up against here. You see a chamber over on that defensive side. You know that there's going to be players up in your face early. You know there's going to be people pushing continuously, and especially in a pistol round where you don't have all of your utility for retakes, you're going to go aggressive. But they were definitely ready for it. A quick pivot back towards the C site, and I think that's where things truly get scary. Deadlock C site executions, you can delay a pistol round. You're trying to break deadlock walls. Like, it's just going to be rough. And then also just post-plant utility. This round, though, not a whole lot of investment. And for the attack, again, patient play.
Yeah, it's the right play against these early pushes. The space taken by GX, punished. With only 1 player down, that serves as a disadvantage. It's not terrible to start out a round like this. If they can keep up trades into the late round, that's fantastic. But it's tough to do. That X-ray looks very strange.
I don't know what's going on with Jolina's X-ray. That's something I don't think I've ever seen before.
That's a new move set for Omen, and it's worked.
The magic tricks have completely confused Rescue. They're starting to get a little bit dangerous. Amy tanked to 47 HP. They still have rifles on the remaining players for G2, and losing this battle should be a tough one. Jolina on 1 health, well, quickly dismantling the remaining forces. It's going to leave a late rotation from Miori.
5 shots in the headhunter, Tom. 5 bullets to find their mark. Hey, it's doable. Hasn't retrieved the rifle, but still 4 deadly bullets loaded and ready to go. The step onto the site, 1 player covering. That's Petra. Ready on the angle, and a quick swing from her teammate. The cost here is the real question that has to be answered. How many weapons can Miori drop? Can she make this round competitive? And well, the answer to that's a bit underwhelming. Nothing to be found, and it's G2 and 0.
It's not maybe as clean as they would have liked. Few players lost, and again, you're seeing that same sort of defensive setup that I think we're going to get throughout the entirety of the game. Maybe a switch up to a little bit more in terms of rubble control, now that we are out of those sort of early, weaker buys for the side of GX. I want to state the facts as well, that even though I think all 3 of the first few maps are going to be favored to G2, this is the heaviest. This is the one where they have been an unstoppable force. I would say teams getting to 7 rounds versus them on this map has been a good sign. Well, speaking of good signs, Rescue down, Smurfette winning that initial fight. It was mentioned on the desk as well that she was the original Turkish Jet within Game Changers. Rescue might have stolen that mantle, but there's always time to take it back.
That absolutely is. There's Amy taking down Miori. A site under threat. It's opened wide. And they can just walk straight in. B site triple stack up from the side of GX. And just now, as the drone is being sent through, it might just make it far enough to spot the player in the corner. And yeah, Vanya's going to be in some danger. A lot of danger, in fact. The reveal serving to get them the kill. Sure, advantage now for GX, but they are going to have to retake the A site. And there's a lot of weapons that they're up against.
And they have the utility to do so. Like setting up with a breach over on a retake gives you opportunities. Amy, low on HP, is going to attempt to just find an off angle. Did find it for a second, but isn't able to get the punish. Will have to be the fallback into more passive positions. Mimi, though, still fighting strong, but the trade will be immediate. Keeping that advantage with GX, and a wraparound coming in from behind. The paranoia just about catches onto Amy, but she still gets one. Even still, though, Petra isn't going to be able to take the clutch home. And that will be the first round on the board for GX. A slightly more costly one than they might have liked, but it's a round nonetheless.
Well, that's it, Tom. At the end of the day, it's a round on the board that's going to put a smile on your face. And certainly, if you're on the side of GX. G2, early fights have been good. They're winning rounds, and here, well, they have a scrap that goes their way. Just a lurker inside of mid getting caught, I think, gave that competitive edge to GX. It's a narrow margin. And things like that, with Miori going down, it certainly made us worry. Being able to get there in the end, I think a lot of it comes back to, like you said, Tom, when you're looking at this composition, you're going to be comfortable in playing those retakes and stacking up 3 players on B, even after losing that initial pick, and not overreacting, because you know that if it comes down to a 4v4 retake, if you don't catch a player in mid, they'll still have the utility to do it. And that's a pick from Miori towards the A site. Rubble congestion completely shut down.
Oh, she's caught in the net. They're hurt. Rescue's going to go in for the battle. And that removes Jolina. There is an immediate response from Ness to at least reclaim the ground, and Sarah as well with a pincer. This is constant pressure from GX, and Sarah thriving within these battles. It's going to leave a G2 side with a lot to be desired. Rescue, she's done this before, but they are ready. They're expecting someone to try and make a move, and now Mimi, one of the more experienced players, has to fight versus 3. But look at the way GX already going to build up. They're going to take this one as a full unit.
The utility's already in the back, starting to narrow down the angles that they have to clear. Mimi, here's the steps, here's the stun, but doesn't land the first shots, and now they know where she is. Smurfette closing it out, and well, that'll be 2-2. GX competing early on. G2 won't run away with this one.
No, and I like as well, there's a lot of aggression that's coming through from the defense that makes things awkward, but it is tempered. When they get into advantages, they're not just running riot like Sideline. We saw it in a couple of games, especially one of the games that qualified them here. Like Smurfette was just obliterating people. I think it was Icebox Neon, and it was just, it was bullying. It's not like that. It's like, okay, Sarah's taking fights, but once they win those battles, once they get the advantages, just fading away. And although you're always going to give Mimi an opportunity in those clutches, they made sure that moving as a unit, they'll take it as 3. Now, this should put G2 into a position of weaker weaponry. And well, you can already see Sheriff, but it does seem like Rescue has something to play with.
Quite a big investment of utility in the early round for Rubble. GX not looking to give it up, and knowing that they've probably tagged a couple of these players. I thought Vanya would be a little bit lower. The shock dart seemed to be on her, but I guess she evaded it just about. Now, only taking a tickle from that initial cross. The patience is commendable from G2. The fact that they have sat in their position this entire time, just waiting for that re-peak, waiting for someone. A couple rounds ago, Miori, in this moment, went out to check Rubble, got her head ripped off, and they're hoping there's a little bit of a deeper clear. But little do they know, there's still 4 players on the other side of that corner.
Oh, Smurfette's gonna go looking, and she's gonna find, well, everything she was looking for. 3 players. Jolina goes jumping up and actually just obliterates them. A few style points for the Omen. Oh, wow, this leaves G2 with very little to play with. Small amounts of HP, Amy on just 5. Although Miori's low as well. They might garner themselves a plant. And Mimi does have a full belt of utility. The barrier mesh will slow them down at least a bit. And she does have her ult, but I would be surprised unless she can find a very quick kill if Annihilation will be put into play.
There we go, cleaned up in the end, and it's GX going in for another defuse, really starting to get a grip on this series now. Obviously, for those of you at home who are wondering what's going on, with a little bit of a technical glitch in the Matrix, they're not going to have the HUD on just yet, but it should be back soon. We're working on it there in the background. But for now, we'll take you by the hand and guide you through what you're witnessing.
No, not that cable. No, the other one.
No, not that one. No!
No, yeah. Well, you're the one doing it. What do you mean?
Oh, sorry.
You're the tech guy.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why. Someone should have told me that earlier.
You need to read your contracts properly, Mitch.
But yeah, we'll take you by the hand and take you through these rounds until that's back up online. And Tom, correct me if I'm wrong. For now, unless my memory really does need work, it's 3-2 for GX. They were 2-2.
So 2-2.
And then +1.
Then they got the 2 rounds, and then there was the
3-2.
Then they had Nico. So yeah.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
There you go. Well done.
Tom's eyes have been batting back and forth while he recounted that information. It looked like he was character out of Dune. But yeah, we've got a little bit of a timeout for now. And with a 3-2 scoreline on the board, what a fantastic start this is to the finals. You just have to hope that that sort of closeness in scoreline remains throughout the series.
No, it's a long, long way to go. But I think this would be a statement. Like, as said, most teams, if you go over even the last few months playing on Lotus versus G2, it has not even been remotely close. Like 13-5 versus NASA, 13-6 versus Odd One Out, 13-5 versus Alternate Attacks. In fact, the last time anybody even got, well, I want to say to 8 rounds was Falcon's last stage. It wasn't even in this one, and even then, no one got to 10. So it's a scenario where over the last few months, nobody's even gone remotely close. So I think for GX, especially on that defensive side, getting off to a flying start is going to be so important. But we know they've been putting the work in, and they are looking to play that unorthodox, aggressive style. Mimi, her ultimate was online, but she is dead already. And with her death, revives the HUD.
Yeah, thank you very much to the folks in the background for working on that.
What up, Mitch?
Thank you. Yes, it was difficult to watch the game and solve it, but you know, not many people are as talented as me. Looking at this, GX, 3-2 like we said, defensive side, 5-player retake, flash already there, Rescue's gone down below, Hunter's Fury's caught for one burst, not the second, she's still alive and doing damage, taking names while the nade blocks the rest of the crew. Jolina slips down below and now is in a bit of trouble herself. This is a disaster with a showstopper landed. Rescue shouldn't be alive right now, and somehow she's dictating the pace of the end of the round. Finally, she'll meet her demise, and Jolina, one bullet not gonna land, goes for the reload, being hunted right around the corner, and Amy's there to seal the deal. Ness having to get it done, and will not find the first. G2 get away with murder, 3-3.
I think that's one where you remove the kill feed from the beginning of those rounds, and I don't know who's winning it. Because from what we saw, it looked like Rescue should have been dead to rights. And I feel like that's a statement or a sentence that is said far too often in Game Changers EMEA, is that she survives in scenarios where no one else possibly could. Nade in hand, two players are going to peek her and pulls the gun out just in time. Pops a showstopper on 30 HP, confident. And then Amy's there to close out the round as well. Scoreline equalized just as we can visualize it. But there's still finances to be played with. They are ready again for this aggression. The second layer, well, eventually expected. And well, this is the sort of thing. You see a pause, you give an opportunity to the leader, called leader, and immediately G2 are ready for anything that's going to be thrown at them.
We've tied it up, and G2 set their sights on the B site. Massive advantage for them on the way in. The only downside, this is where GX are waiting. The Prowler didn't catch the player in the close corner. Luckily, they will find it with the hot but not realized. And Miori able to put a real dent in this round. It comes down to just Vanya. A 5v2 that nearly goes the other way. But thanks to Vanya, G2 secure the lead.
That to me looks like a LAN round. I'm not going to give people that excuse too often. I don't want to do that throughout this game. But when you throw out a haunt, someone shoots it, and no one checks the angle, I do wonder if just nobody realized where that bullet was shot from.
Yeah,
it's definitely a blip, and one that G2 just about survived. That 2v5 was so unbelievably close. It's a lot of cost. The problem is GX don't have the finances to now go back into the round and punish them for it. They're going to try and do as much damage as they can with the pistol. Smurfette, I believe, has already spotted the head of one, and with the tour de force, there's an opportunity here for Miori, but they are using so much utility to try and force her off.
Tour de force A, we go C. It's a logical progression, and it seems to be working out with 4 players towards the A sider in the connector. There is only Jolina stood on that C site to hold off against this onslaught, and I thought she was going to go play the retake, and indeed she will. But actually, she's forced to. She wanted to stick around, but that utility sent the packet.
This retake's not going to be an easy one. Ultimate to play with is the tour de force, and it's been spotted. But you can kind of expect more passive positions to take that Rescue immediately swings. They're even going to punish with the annihilation. You don't even have the weapons to break her out if you wanted to. And Rescue's looking to just farm up as many orbs as possible. Last player to go down will be Ness. Obviously going to fight this one, doesn't really have anything left to save, and while Vanya's there to help out her Turkish counterpass. And Andaluthia flawless for G2. And as I said, it was a 3-2 scoreline in their opponent's favor. It very quickly turns.
Yeah, and Tom, maybe I'm stupid. Maybe time dilation's hit, but I thought that Rescue used her ult very recently, and it seems she's 2 away from having it. Almost 1 away with that last kill.
She is kind of good at the game.
She's playing pretty well, it has to be said. Even a player removed from this round, she's still getting close to that ultimate. But it's a big round, farming up on the anti-eco, all those orbs, and maybe even that one more that could have been found. Well, it's going to certainly give them a beautiful safety net to fall back on, possibly in the next round. So for GX, this is somewhere that they've got to lock in because, yes, it's been close so far. We traded out the rounds, 2-2, 3-2 lead for GX. But this is where the game that everyone expects to see here today, or at least most people do, at least Billy and Tom do, it's where that game starts to kick into full gear. And you're just going to see potentially G2 run away with it. At least in the back of GX's minds, that has to be something that they're looking to address coming into this round.
But there are a few teams in history I say I will put my full faith in. I would say Fnatic on their run last year.
Yep.
I think is a pretty safe bet. I would say the current, like Shopify, while they're playing over in Americas, their runs have been impeccable. And G2, pretty much since they've been G2. Since they joined this game.
Day one. Yep, and even since before then.
Yeah,
when they were the
originals, when they were even in Valorant, and yeah, before then,
other games.
There have been many iterations, but I see Petra, I see Mimi, I see talented players. I know that this is a team to trust in, and but I'll be honest, I haven't had a reason to change my mind in the last few years, so I don't think it'll be the same today.
Two players close, caught by that big ult used as well. Vanya, she's been seen. That was smart, trying to take away their sound and then use the TP to get behind them. It won't work. No extra angle to fight for it. Maybe I can even be thankful. Miori might have picked her up on the way back. Ready for the retake. All of GX waiting to go through. And just as the signal is put up, G2 push in. They take the space of their own. They win the fights. And now they've got upper control. This was a split, and instead it's just one angle they're approaching from. Easy to deal with for G2. And with 4 players alive and a showstopper for the next round, this is starting to look scary. It's already 6-3 in their favor.
Yeah, the last 4 rounds, and what, the closest one was the 2v5 they almost lost.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's been squeaky clean for the side of G2. And that's the thing that's always so impressive. Like, any duo alongside Rescue with these aggressive pushes in post plants. That second fight, she was on 16 HP, but just knowing the swing out to trade her teammate, and then they have another avenue to control. G2 are never just sitting back and waiting for their opponents to come to them, and it makes setting up your own retakes incredibly difficult, especially if you don't have an ult or two to really pad the gap. Again, some weaker weapons. Sarah is going to invest into having a rifle. Already has all the utility for the next round anyway, so it would just be the repurchase of the gun that could be an issue. Smurfette. They're going to try more audacious things in these rounds, but I do think that some of that early aggression that was successful, now that it's failed a couple of times, it's whether or not you keep running into that blender or whether or not you start playing more passive, and that's where this comp just isn't as good.
Well, that's the thing, right? You sort of make your bed and you lie in it, but as these rounds go on, it's going to start to eat away. Rescue, big ult, that's 2 found already, and a 3rd! Rescue seems unstoppable. And for GX, certainly feels that way. And finally, she's put to bed. 5 HP is all Miori gets away with, and still, when you deal at Rescue eventually, there's only the entirety of G2.
Yeah. I feel like she's going like, don't matter, got orb.
Yeah, got my orb, all good.
The terrifying thing is if her ult kills counted to the orbs, she'd have an ult every 2 rounds.
Game over, man.
It is 7-3. These attack sides versus everyone they played against have been dominant. Like, you can have an expectation of 9 rounds on the attack. Now, I will say that in most cases, you'll look at a GX team and go, yeah, the attack's where they're going to pick up the majority of their rounds. The issue with this map in particular is the chamber kind of changes that. I feel like it's very difficult to run this agent on the attack side, like, especially with a lot of the time you just having to hold. You're going to rely a lot more on Smurfette, which I think is always a big part of GX teams anyway. She is a centerpiece to whatever team she's in. For now, though, I'm looking to see if they can find a response.
Well, it is about time, isn't it? Operator on Miori pushing down A, taking the space, allowing the rotations. If G2 are a little bit late going for this push, they might be running into a number of people, but take a look at that attack setup. Still 2 players sat outside of B. They're putting pressure on C, making it obvious early. That's where they want to go. But I think that door is going to open. We're going to see this squad swing back, and a lot of it relies on if they get an opening kill. I can see Smurfette was looking for the fight on B, but she didn't find it successfully, but also didn't go down, which is the main thing. G2 now looking at their options. And they're considering the A site. That's where the op is.
Yeah, they should have Petra there to maybe send the Prowler through, but Miori might be able to avoid this one. It's more just the silence that's being created. You're kind of expecting some sort of aggressive push, and already the swing back out. It's actually Rescue going in on the other side. They've had to switch up where that Hunter's Fury was going. It was a misread. The expectation of them going in that other direction because the duelist was seen running in towards that C site. It was a ruse sold by G2, and now they have the post plan they wanted all along.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Even having the TP to anchor to go back to B, but Miori falling might not be the end of the round. They've dropped Vanya, opened up some space towards the site, needed to be wary of EMEA on Rubble, and they've done just that. Put her in a box, took her out, they know where both players are. This is starting to look up for GX with just one player standing between them and a firing squad awaiting that swing. GX are back on the board, and it's not too late just yet. A 7-5 half is definitely doable.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be bad, especially with the way things have been going over the last few. I think as well, just making it work in that post plant, catching the aggressive position initially. I was a little bit worried that at worst for G2 that would be a 1-for-1 trade, but they come out clean. And well, it has to be said, a lot of the successful G2 post plants have been basically setting up Rescue and putting her in a position to get aggressive. Well, she died early. That was the fake. That was the ruse. So that's definitely helped them out a bit.
We got to find the difference up top. Let's see if we can play that during the halftimes. 7-4. 1 round left to play for before we go for our halftime break. And for GX, with 4 rounds on the board, they are most certainly hoping that this one falls into their hands. They've already gone for some aggression. With an nade thrown through and a trap destroyed on that A site, there is still pressure for Amy. She can't even safely cross back just yet, at least not in her mind. Pressure will still be applied on the other side. Amy left for the late flank while Rescue falls immediately. TP through from Vanya, gets some space. Spike hasn't gone in just yet. They're still stalling him, but 3 players stacked up here. This could be dangerous, but they don't realize that Vanya's in. It could have been a second kill, but finally, they've realized just where she is. They're aware, they're ready, but still to deal with her, and the showstopper does just that. 7-5 at the halftime, a recoverable scoreline for a GX who aren't down and out just yet.
Yeah, I was very worried that that was going to end up as more of a 9-3 half, but a late resurgence coming through from GX and put them in a good position. We'll see if they can turn it after this break.
Well, folks, we're back into the game, and it looks like G2 on that defensive side will have a bit of a challenge on their hands. GX got the momentum to close out that previous half, and now we'll see if they can carry it forward into the pistol round, an important place to get that momentum on your side. Because if G2 start, it's going to be difficult to stop them.
Oh, they've got a trap. A nasty trap. Petra in the corner. It's not been cleared, but even still, the 1-for-1 trade. Then again, no, there's Rescue. Always right place, right time. And with the shots to double up, she's not going to be overwhelmed. She was left alone as the defender of the A site, and she finds 4 for it.
Well, the conversation from the last half seems to have continued. Rescue needs to be investigated. Her skills are too good to be allowed. This is ridiculous. 4 kills, ripping off the pistol, and she was popping out showstoppers like they were regular abilities, free abilities.
It's funny. They get past the trap, the 1-2, and then there's just a third player. It's like, all you have to do is deal with... Wait, let me check notes. Rescue. Oh. Could it have been anyone else? Anyone else, please?
And just look what that does to the energy. GX losing that. Of course you're going to feel dejected. That was your round. And on the side of G2, morale is sky high. They're fired up now coming into the second half. Lean already under their belt and extending. They found one, and now they found an opening pick with Miori down, the player with the headhunter. A lot of the dangers of this GX attack are starting to fade away with just classics left. Even the conversation of damage will be difficult. If one player's playing a pistol, another on an SMG. G2 have got a margin for error.
Oh, Amy will not be fooled. Smurfette trying to walk through the setup. Of course, that is the thing. When you know there's a deadlock on the other side, if you're sneaky, sometimes you can avoid what's available. Oh, wow, kills like that are almost a little bit too easy. Sarah will at least get one. As you said, there is a margin for error, but it's whether or not Petra could actually get there. And, well, they're going to lose a stinger instead. Still, not the end of the world for G2, a relatively clean round for that defensive side. Oh, damn. I saw Yoru lurking in the background as well. ISO in the forefront. I'm digging it.
And Gecko was alpha here. He's changed his hair color, man. I mean, I don't know.
He's not dyed it green.
He went to the consultancy and he didn't listen. I liked it. KFC style was nice.
Oh, you liked the blonde?
The Colonel Sanders, yeah. I thought he looked good. I thought he looked good. I said it to him, but he laughed it off. He didn't agree. It is what it is. He doesn't agree with my style. It's whatever. 9-5. G2. A lot of control here on that defensive side, but now they come up against Rifles. This should be a challenge. But when you look at what they've brought into the round, the Outlaw, it's going to be able to go pound for pound. Everyone has heavy shields, at least on GX, so it's not that dangerous. And a pistol, but then there's rifles. And look, even one player, especially if their name is ResQ, having a rifle, means that it's not a free round. The side of G2 will be fighting, and it's a paranoia to let ResQ push straight through for more! She just cannot be stopped! 3, and it's only a lack of ammunition that puts it to bed. But with 40 HP on Ness, this round's done. They had weaknesses. Sure, not a lot of them, but with ResQ, there is no weakness. It just can't be found.
That leaves Ness with a tough task. 42 HP. And not a lot of positives. Waiting on a crossfire, it needs to be a 1-2 punch, and it's a 0 nothing punch instead. Just waiting patiently, and that's it. Not a lot of teams have managed to get past 6 rounds. Right now, it is looking like that could be the case here for GX. The strength of G2, and well, more importantly, the strength of ResQ has been an absolute force to be reckoned with. Don't get me wrong. The setup that's coming in from G2 to put her in those positions has been impeccable. Maybe expect her to get a couple. If you got a superstar duelist, you go, okay, 2's fair. She is delivering so much more than that every single round. And well, you can see it's very sort of calm on the G2 side right now. The pause comes up. I don't think there's a lot to say. Keep putting your utility in and keep letting ResQ kill everyone, and it's going to be an easy day at the office.
Yeah, well, based on what we've seen so far, there's a strategy that involves the team that gets them a couple round wins, but then there's a lot more strategies that just seem to be around ResQ. I like the push up this round. You know, it's not just one-dimensional. We saw big individual rounds from her. We saw her in the pistol round pick up 4 kills and those kind of things. Yes, that's just you being good. You can look at it like your opponent's making mistakes, but if you're able to consistently put out those blind sides, you got to start asking the question, are all your opponents bad, or are you just really damn good? And I think that's the case with ResQ. Paranoia used here, spins on a dime to trade her teammate, and runs out of ammo in the end. Acceptable way to go down. For G2, like I said, it just doesn't seem to be a weakness when it comes to ResQ. And then you've got the rest of the team to back you up. I just don't know how you win this game.
Oh, they're hoping that maybe Mayuri could start things off with a bang. Done a little bit of chip damage, but as you can see, ResQ is not deterred. They're taking that control, but it's more of a ruse. Petra and Mimi, the deadly duo in and out of the server, are the ones they have to face off against with far weaker weaponry, and well, it is a slaughter. 3 players down to Petra, and well, it leaves Sarah and Jolina with a task again that just comes down to damage. The chance of you winning this is nigh on impossible. I think we'd be looking at the VOD for years to come as to how G2 lost against 2 pistols with 4 rifles, a showstopper, and no ground taken. This would be studied. But if they could take a couple of kills, maybe get themselves a plant, earn some extra credits, ult orbs, you name it, that would be nice. And well, there you go, at least 1 for Jolina. I thought this was going to be another flawless, and that's a tasty shot, but this is Petra's round. 4 kills for her. G2, 2 away from taking that first map in style.
They absolutely are. Yeah, when we talk about this behind the scenes, we had a lot of faith in GX. We had some people believing in them. Hell, we had analysts swapping their votes to go to GX. Sue's brainwashing people out here. But
she likes the cats, that's what she said, right?
Yeah,
the thing that swayed her was Smurfette's cats.
Okay, running, gunning through the wall without seeing them. That's one way to do it, and she certainly does. Yeah, I think you're very right. What swiftly changed their opinion was the music taste of the Cats. But regardless, it doesn't seem like it was warranted. G2, the same unstoppable beast we've seen many times before. And unpopular opinion, Tom, 11-5, pretty good scoreline for G2.
And to be honest, on this map, it's about average.
For them, it is. Yeah, you're right.
It's genuinely average. Mayuri, this has to be a free kill, finally. She has managed to beat her Turkish counterpart and find an opening pick. Again, though, this is a hard lurk from her. The rest of the team are edging their bets towards this C site. 2 players to defend it, the double Senti to try and deal with a well-timed wall. It's going to make this incredibly awkward. It has to be broken. The game has to be given away. What players are here? They're going to try and double back and face off against Vanya instead.
Let's see if that's a wise choice. She will find the first, but goes down after. A lot of utility put in, though. That C's is keeping them in position. It's given some kills, though, to GX as the firing squad rips apart G2's lines and finally takes down EMEA. There it is, a round on the board for GX. And if there is hope, that could be the round that ignites the spark.
They need to bring this into a streak of rounds. No doubt about it. That's what everybody's fighting for. You can talk about the seeding at champs. You can talk about the glory of taking that #1 in EMEA. And everybody wants a trophy. Everybody wants something in the cabinet. I'm sure for GX especially. No offense to the other team, but I don't think they were getting a trophy this year. This is definitely their best chance. I'm sorry, Pipson. For G2, as I said, it would join a full cabinet, but to be the first at something again, something that this G2 roster has done many a time, winning champs, going on streaks. But a trophy in the cabinet is something that every single player on this stage will desire. But now, though, building back up, early C control. But this is just something GX are doing. They take the orb, bait out the doors, try and force players into making mistakes. But with a full utility setup on A, 2 players on B, I don't expect much of a rotation from G2.
Not ready yet.
How does that B site hit? We've seen this before from GX. Success on the B site. Lots of utility primed and ready. Stun, paranoia, nade will go in and blast packs with it. They'll take this space quickly, even a reveal. And it gets them all the control they could possibly wish for. The showstopper fired out. It is just used for the crowd control, but buying space is all that it needed to do. On the other side, Rescue, not quite the same story. She'll go down in a trade with Sarah's utility. And in the meantime, Smurfette gets up close, ready. But Petra will catch her with this ultimate. They'll find the information one way or another, knowing just how close she is. The swing in catches them by surprise. GX still with a 3 versus 2. The numbers traded back by Petra. She's got more to do. Haunt in the open, finding Ness, but Ness finds the kill. GX 4 behind, but catching up.
They came close. I think we were looking at this round as almost a done deal. Smurfette's aggression to buy extra time and then a couple of kills going in their favor. But for now, at least, Ness will be able to weather the storm. And she is someone as well that we talk about experience. We talk about players that have been able to beat G2. She's up there, even in a couple of years ago in that final stage 3. And she is someone as well that when she gets off the mark, she is an impeccable player. Like when she is going, she can be tougher to stop than anybody. In fact, back in the day, we talk about Turkish Jets. She has to be in the argument. If you've not been watching GC a long time, you might doubt that. You think, oh, Sova, Faye, like those are the agents she's always played. But she was a nasty Jet.
Well, 1:10 to get that spike in. You can see the GX are not in a rush. A very different look to this squad. They pushed B twice now, and now they sit outside it, holding it, waiting for that push to come in, waiting for them to get curious. It's a great idea. G2 are likely to commit a lot of resources to defending B, and when they see nothing, they need information. They push, they find a player waiting. In fact, they find many players waiting. Now, GX with the advantage, they know they're up against weaker weapons. They group up, play this together, push aside. I'm really enjoying these rounds. Not just finding round wins, but earning them. That's what it's all about. G2 have got 2 players on the A side. This is the only downside, really, and the time taken to break some of this utility is going to allow further rotations. They'll be running into a lot. Already pushing Vanya up top. It's pistols, but they're close, but they've got the numbers. They've got the opportunities. And on G2, sometimes that's all they need, but luckily put to bed here with Amy in a 1v3.
The leader of Smurfette brought this back from the fray, but there's always time for Amy to cause them problems once again. Still only a pistol. Weapons yet to be retrieved, but she's trying to bait out the idea that she's going for it, trying to convince her opponent that she's fighting for those guns. Instead, she's going to get right up close. It took an immediate response from Smurfette, a quad for her to close out this round, but again, it was damn close.
Extremely close. Considering it's an outlaw headshot to trade it, I think a body would have been enough. I don't think she had full shields. But even still, it's, you know, you're scoped in, you're looking the wrong way, you give a split second to react, and that round slips out of your hands. Not something GX could allow to do, but thankfully, the round is on the board in their favor. The gap is closing. And the reality is, we talk about double digits as a good goal for any team coming up against G2 on this map. Well, yeah, for GX, they're not going to settle for that. And they're getting closer and closer to at least securing the double. Maybe even the map win. 3 rounds between them, though. That's a lot of runway for a team like G2.
That's the thing. We've seen a pause already from G2. An opportunity for Asker and Leader to talk, and while last time Leader had a pause, was the streak 5 rounds in a row? It was an immediate response. I think he's definitely someone that has brought a lot to this team. I think coaches in the past for them as well have always been solid in terms of those pauses, in terms of bringing them back. And in this scenario, you're already in the lead. You're already up against a streak of rounds, but with Smurfette starting to come online, that's the thing, as said, there is few duelists on the planet I think can go toe-to-toe with anyone else, but Smurfette is one of them. On her day, she is the best of the best.
Well, she's going to have to be activated here for the rest of these rounds. Vanya, there was a big risk about to be taken, but she's made the right call. Hunter's Fury put through, knowing there's a player close, but it finds not a whole lot, nothing. In fact, sends them back, Rolling Thunder. Catches the players on B. Paranoia used it. It slows them. It stops them capitalizing on the Rolling Thunder. That's a beautiful counter of utility. And for Vanya, well worth the investment. Now her teammates can fight back for that space they lost, but they won't win the duels. Sarah stepping up against her former squad, taking down 2, and G2 have Mimi on the site. A nasty little spot in the corner, but even that is cleared. GX are on their game right now.
Yeah, I thought the ultimates were ultimately a failure, but the way that they managed to recover Sarah, an impactful double once again, and it seems like we've seen this a few times now where Amy's just kind of stuck out. Her sight has not been pressured or pushed, and because of that, it has to result in a save. GX have quelled the curse of the pause, and with 4 players alive, finance is starting to boom. That streak of rounds continues. I do believe that, again, like going back to this stage and the last stage, there's already the best anyone has done on this map versus G2. And they are looking like a team that might be able to take this the whole way.
Oh, they could. Look, they've made it this far. There's no reason they can't go a little bit farther. Big kills by Vanya at the end. Some weapons retrieved, or removed, I should say, from the hands of GX. But right now, streak of rounds. Economy should be there for them. Oh, he's shy. Throw the wave out. Go on. Ah, it's okay. We'll let him enjoy the show.
It's always going to be nerve-wracking seeing your face off on the big screen.
Massive
You're looking
screen.
That is me. That's me. I still get that.
Yeah. I want to hide every time.
only done this for like 8 years, and I was 22 when I started, so.
Well, you old, Tom.
I am old. Getting there.
Double digits in the 3s. Well, Smurfette takes down Rescue off rip, an immediate punish of the defensive side. Raze, one that's had so much impact, but then she goes down herself. Now it's left to the rest of the squads to pick up the pieces. GX set their sights on C, but there's quite a welcoming party awaiting them.
Yeah, again, G2 even in these rounds have been dangerous. We saw the last one coming down to the 1v1 with Amy putting up numbers with the Sheriff. Well, now she has that hero rifle. It's also where her setup is. As I said, I feel like GX have done a good job to sort of avoid Amy, and especially avoid the combination of her and Mimi, like setting them up on the same site, leaving her somewhat isolated, but with so much utility to play with. But it's that patience from GX. And we talk about this team being aggressive, fiery, in your face, pacey. In this map right now, they're not. They're tentative. They're making sure that each angle is cleared, even if it's an obscure one. Take the last round on the B site. Like, the position of Mimi is not a regular one. Now, though, they look to fight into the setup, and it's not looking like the best start.
Oh, GX right in there with the double for Ness, and they've managed to recover Jolina. They're not quite annihilated this time. Instead, it's going to be Vanya having to clutch this out. 1 versus 3. The time was low. They ran into a lot of players, and even just 30 seconds before that, 2 Sentinels fully stacked up all their utility. They deal with it. GX, huge advantage to close out this round. Vanya, okay, good for the first. Might even have seen the second. No, didn't quite catch the second. Now the info's there, but it comes at the cost of her life. 10 rounds on the board. GX have reached double digits, and they are just 1 behind G2. Tom and Billy can't believe what they're seeing.
I can believe it. Very much believe it. But no, this has been impressive, to say the least. Like, again, they're walking into some of these traps, but even with the combinations of utility, the trades are there thick and fast. I think Ness, again, high impact frags, and I always fear for a moment that Vanya might be able to turn the tide, but not this time. I'll also note as well that after a blitzing first half, Rescue has gone quiet. She was the difference maker in that first. And don't get me wrong, you'll look at her stats and go, what are you talking about? But I think she was like 22 and 10 or something like that. I don't know if she's actually had a kill in this half.
It's been quiet. I think she might have gotten 1 or 2, but that is it. It's here and there. A hell of a slowdown. We knew it had to happen eventually. You can't play on that kind of form all day long, or no one else gets a chance to lift trophies. Amy has a little bit of a battle brewing towards that B side, and the rotation from Mimi's coming in to support. Rescue finally shows up. 2 players taken down. Will it be enough? The spike's being delayed. These players decayed, will get their health back soon. They're taking their moment to try to strike back. Seizing control towards the spawn, pushing further in. No, they decide to go back. The spike can't go walkabouts in the spawn. It has to be planted on the site. It's Sarah's time to do that, and this is going to leave 2 players unable to help, unable to assist and provide that coverage. Smurfette, the swing on the stun. In fact, they go for it. They don't want to just plant with the numbers disadvantage. Instead, taking the fights, taking the space, and now 3v3.
And they've still got to be careful. There's a second player around that position, but again, they're not just going to sit back, not going to sit pretty. Amy, though, quick enough to correct. The second player being spotted, and she has support from Mimi as well. This leaves Smurfette, leader of the squad, one of the leaders in the server, but this is a lot to ask of her, and it's going to be the one and done. After a streak of rounds, double digits found, it'll be G2 that make their way to map point.
That's it, 2 chances to close this map out now, and if that round's anything to go by and Rescue's back online, this one's going to be a quick conclusion. Still, they've pushed them the distance on GX, and I'll look at it from a different angle. That's a bump in the road for GX. That's 1 hiccup, but they can go right back to winning ways 2 rounds in a row. It's not too much to ask of any squad, especially with how things have gone here so far.
There was, again, moments of timing in this round where Amy looks the other way for an extra second, and that easily could have gone back in the other direction. It now comes down to this. Ultimates, a lot fairly close, but none of them actually online. Rescues is probably the one alongside Sarah's that you'd focus on. 1 away, and with orbs to be found, that Rolling Thunder will be available to them. Again, this 1-2 punch of Petra alongside Rescue. Petra's going alone, going for the fight, and she gets an isolated jaw. I would have thought there'd be a look for a trade, but they were trying to set up the ultimate instead. She's going to use the C's, stuns being thrown out. That might just be the beginning of the end as they look to retake this before it's even begun. Rescue with another, and she'll close it as she started. A phenomenal showing from this youngster on the stage. We worried for a second that maybe she wouldn't be there on LAN. That didn't last long at all.
It looked all right. It looked all right down there. Yeah, this is a squad that we know is likely to take this one 3-0. That's what we talk about at home. That's what the desk will talk about. But there was a serious fight here today. Much more than I think most people expected to see on map 1. Double digits achieved. As you said, Tom, it's better than anyone's hit, what, over the last 2 stages. That's a monumental achievement and a building block laid that could take them further in this series. They've had a good start. Next map could be theirs.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Either way, we're going to find out after the break. We'll be back soon.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't wanna.
Hello and welcome back. Obviously, we are here with Kuripuya and Mitch still, and I wanted to say, you've just seen map number 1. I think GX, they were pretty close. We expected that map to be dominant. Did you think they did as well as they could have done, or did you think maybe they could steal it?
I mean, I think it was really, really close. I was honestly expecting a score not this close after G2 snowballed the game a little bit, and but I think Giantex played it really well in terms of like trades, and I really like the aim power of Giantex, so I think we can expect like more close games in the second, third, maybe fourth.
Okay, okay.
Hopefully 5th. Yeah, hopefully we'll go all the way. I want to talk to you a little bit about what we saw on the stage as well. Rescue had an incredible game, a big reason they had that streak of rounds. You played against G2 earlier on in the year, and you're saying that, you know, it wasn't exactly easy to deal with Rescue. I want to know, when she's on form like this, how do you deal with the Raze? What do you do?
I mean, you just don't. Like, I mean, there's things that you can do, but honestly, aim power is like something you can only stop with aim power and like with proper util. But I think it was really hard for Giants to play the attack when thinking they have G2 has 2 sentinels, and it's really hard. You need to bait a lot of util, and there's a Raze that is dropping like this many kills, and it's just like so hard.
Oh yeah, showstopper every 2 or 3 rounds.
Yeah, then showstopper is so powerful, and she was using it very, very well. I really like her util management as well. Yeah. So I think it was insane performance by her.
Just a fun player to watch.
Well, I know you said that just before you have a message that you want to give to the people at home, so the stage is yours.
I'm gonna first say it in English, then something.
You do you.
Turkish.
You do you.
I'm just sorry for the losses that we had in Turkey, and I'm sorry for the loss for the families as well. And I just want to say in Turkish, kadına ve çocuğa dokunma. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much for a beautiful message, and we're going to throw this one back over to the desk.
Thank you very much. The Istanbul desk. Now, let's talk about that map that we just saw, because we heard it from Korea a little bit as well. And we had some questions about, you know, how some of these players are going to perform on LAN. Turns out, Rescue, bonafide Lanimal.
Yeah, exactly. She had such a strong start of the map as well. I think that Tom was doing a great job highlighting that, right? Like, it's not only the way that she's been set up. She did struggle on that second half, but the head-to-head that we were here to see, the one that we highlighted before the match, the Rescue versus Murfet, I think that this was a very good showing, and they're even so far. So let's see how they do on map 2.
I don't want to say I was the one to use the word Lanimal, but I kind of already said she was going to be a Lanimal going into this one. I mean, yeah, like we heard it from those back in Istanbul just then. The way that she was getting away with these showstopper moments, just taking fights on her own as well. Like, don't get me wrong, of course the initiators were helping set her up, but you look at her, she's just spraying people down here, turning around, getting more. So yeah, no, really, really impressive performance from Rescue so far.
Yeah, but I think that especially towards the end of that match, we need to talk about what Smurfette was doing, because she stepped up so big. Like, of course, the stats are looking the way it looks. Rescue, yeah, that was beautiful. But even with that brilliant performance, this has been the closest a team has been to winning Lotus against G2 Ghost in this entire year. So this is a very, very good omen for the rest of the match.
Yeah, I mean, Smurfette was trying her goddamn best, it felt like, in that second half. But this is the thing, though. They started off slow, and maybe it was a little bit too slow. That costed them towards the end. But the good news is this is the best of 5. It's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. And the next map coming up, Billy, will be GX's pick. So they have a great chance to maybe level the score.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. I mean, both of these teams do appear to be pretty strong on Sunset, and I kind of hinted at it in the pre-show as well, that I'm really excited to see the head-to-head again of ResQ and Smurfette, because they both play Neon on this map, and they're just such firepower players as well. So I really want to see Smurfette come alive going into this one.
Like the Lotus, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't that excited for it, but maps like Sunset, I agree with you, Billy. Seeing the head-to-heads, everybody, I would say, is like in best in slot, almost close to best in slot if we ignore the Neon or we put it on an asterisk, you know, because you have Petra in a very comfortable position. Miori back on the Cypher, especially with them starting on the attack. I want to see those lurks. I want to see a Giant X is still proactive, especially, I think that they did have a good start of Lotus. Yes, G2 started snowballing, but finishing the first half 5-7 from the defense after you lost pistol, really, if they would have been able to just get one of those pistols, we'll still be in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what could have happened. But let's talk about this Sunset a little bit more, because again, we got Abyss coming up next for GX. There's just so much pressure. If they go 0-2 down here, it's going to be incredibly difficult to try and come back on Abyss.
Yeah, I think that's when stamina kind of starts to make a play, right? Because G2, they're so used to these best of 5s by now, but Giant X as this score, not used to it as much, you know. So like we've said it before as well, the last best of 5 they played was the first one for them to win, so they've not had to go through this sort of best of 5 format before. The only thing in my mind though that will get Giant X through that is the resilience of having to come through the lower bracket, having to go through those struggles and those challenges. So yeah, as many maps as they can get down straight away, it's going to go good for them.
You take what you're given, right? Like even though you didn't win map 1, still it was a very close result, and as I said, if you would have won one of those pistol rounds, maybe it would have been a different result. But now you're going into your first pick. You're going into Sunset. They decided to go here. Yes, it is a map that G2 has not played that much this year, and I really hope, I want to see something very, very curated for Giant X. Again, having a week to prepare for this matchup, I want to see them confident, knowing that 2 maps are going to be banned, that we probably will not going to see that Icebox and that Ascent was out of the question.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They've always had this bit of a crutch on Ascent and Icebox. When things don't go well, at least they've got one of those maps in the pool to be able to come back in. So even as a map pool in general, this is really foreign for GX. And I wonder how much time they've actually had, Kukuka, to prep. Like, what do you even do? Do you guess that you're not going to be able to play these 2 maps? Like, where do you even allocate your resources?
I mean, the thing is that I don't think that Icebox needed 5 more minutes of their time. It was already working pretty well. And then they knew that it was going to be gone. My question again goes back to, if you do not want to go to the bind, even though you know of G2's weaknesses, if you do not want to go to the Haven knowing how special your comp is, and that you've already won against G2 on this map, even though if it's not on record, they decided to go for this one. So there has to be something about the Sunset that they are comfortable going in, even though we expect every player to be in best in slot.
Yeah, we do. Indeed, we will have Agent Select starting in just a moment. And Billy, what are you looking forward to? What are we looking out for?
I'm looking out for players getting excited on stage, because I've not seen that just yet. Everyone looks a little bit timid, a little bit scared, but looking at this Agent Select, yeah, nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. My eyes again go to Miori. I think that she has been one of the most important key pieces for Giants to even make it this far. So I am looking at her. I know that Smurfette, with the results that she was having at the end of that match, she's in the zone right now. She's warmed up.
Yeah, and also shout out to our coaches as well, Leader and Aska, of course. You know, all of G2's successes in the past has been under Carcass, and this is, you know, very new territory at this point for a coach like Leader.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's exciting as well that they get to kind of have these moments together, and because I think Mimi and Petra have had so much success already, it's exciting that they can bring ResQ into the mix, bring Coach into the mix, and just, yeah, have those kind of first wins with them.
Oh, well, it's time to throw this back to Istanbul. Here's Mitchman and Tom Biz for map 2.
Thank you very much, Yinsu, Kukuka, and Billy. Yes, it's time to dive into map number 2. The first one did go according to plan, Tom. You and Billy are still on track for your G2-3-0. Sounds a little funky when you say it like that, but I'm starting to doubt, right? That was a great performance from GX map 1, and I think you give them 3 more shots at this, 2 at least, they got it.
I was going to say, you give them 3 more
didn't work
shots,
for a second
it finishes 4-0, like what?
3-0, I don't know what's happening, but the reality is, I think the GX, they got to take a map here. After that map 1 performance up against ResQ on fire, they earned it.
I think as well, this goes into a map with Neon for Smurfette, and I think her Neon has been nasty. Like, it's been one of the reasons their Icebox has been so tough to play against, is that she's just off the charts, and I think you can bring that in here, especially with some solid setup. I do think, though, again, with these first 3 maps, they're all good for G2, though. They're absolutely happy playing pretty much anything within the pool. That is how the veto worked. Like, you're going in, you're able to ban a couple of maps, and the unfortunate truth for Giant X is there's a couple of weaker maps for G2. One of them is Bind. GX don't play Bind. The other, maybe you could argue, it would be Ascent. And they banned that too. So then it leaves you with some middle ground maps, and they took out Icebox because it's the strength of their opponent. So it really is a scenario where this is as weighted as it could be in the map pool, but that first map was still close. There was still fire in the bellies of GX. It wasn't like they just whimpered out. And as Curry said while she was in the interview, she literally went, when I saw them getting bodied for like 5 rounds in a row, I thought it was done, as probably did everyone at home. We've set the story that way. But they were happy to fight back. They were happy to try and push the boundaries. They were happy to still get aggressive and get in the faces of opponents. Smurfette started to come online. And as said, like, I think in most of those Raze battles, it's going to be leaning quite heavily to ResQ. She is outstanding. I think in Neon, it's a bit closer. I think that the Neon that we've seen from Smurfette has been really impressive.
Well, another thing, when we were talking to Kuripuya, she said that the only thing that can defeat aim like that from ResQ is aim. And also well-placed utility. And I'm excited to see if the Neon can match up.
That is fighting fire with fire. That,
it is.
That doesn't work.
Get that flamethrower out, burn them down.
My
this
fire
is what we need to see.
than your fire.
Hey, listen, I've seen Dragon Ball Z. I know how it works. You just got to win the beam fight. And as we go on in, there'll be laser beams coming from fingertips later on. For now, pistol round about to go down. G2, well, they're going to start this one out on the defense. We'll see if they're able to put up as much of a fight on the attack side as GX were able to put up in that first map. We're expecting a close series after the taster we had. Now it's time to get into the main course.
Yeah, this map has of recent. G2 have been stellar this stage, played it a couple of times, won both again. Team's not getting to double digits, but I feel like the last map proved that that's irrelevant. ResQ already will be shut down, the hero of the last map. We saw it when she went missing for a bit, so did G2. When she came back, well, the game ended. Already a 2-player advantage for that side of GX. Mimi trying to dance around the site, but it will only be the one.
Keeping it to a 2v4. Low HP on Smurfette. Jolina tagged up a little bit. Hey, it's an uphill battle, but well, G2, they've made this hike before. A little bit of damage as well. Dispersed. This is starting to shape up in a manageable way. The only thing is, Amy's quite far behind. She's been sneaking up. That position might get her some value. The recon to start with, though, destroyed, giving away the position. And now, GX should have all the info to work with. Late elbow play, time ticking away. This is going to be too far done. And because they've not seen contact, Smurfette's gone walkabouts. She's on the flank. And now big kills needed and quickly for G2 to have a chance. They land nothing. The GX go 1-0 to start out map 2.
Yeah, a solid start, and I think a necessary one. Like, after having a good comeback, a close map, and then ultimately it's still going the way of G2. It's definitely not what you want to see him being able to get the pistol under their belt. I like as well, again, we just see this from GX. They're willing to fight portions of the map early, fall back, and then reset into more of a hit. They have been battling throughout the entirety of the last, especially on that defensive side. And well, in this round at least, not going to be a lot available. It's a scenario where you basically just have those classics online.
Oh, no. They've definitely not stacked the right side, have they? And they've not gotten wise to it later on in the round either. Yeah, G2 are going to be going for this all 5 together. The pack. GX not in too much of a dissimilar situation. I like the setup they have. One player watching either extremity from slightly wider out. They can get away just around the corner. And then the 3-1s on site, alongside the player from the other angle, can clean up the kills. Main thing is to avoid that utility, the stun, and then the run and gun that would be usually followed up by rescue. Time ticks away. No real indication that G2 want to go for this. Seems like they're going to take this one. Just going down to the spike and maybe punishing any over-aggression. Jolina finds a kill. If anything, rescue's happy about that. Mimi, same sort of position. Gives Cypher orbs over, and in exchange, getting a couple of decent ult orbs of your own. But in the end, it's about as clean as you could hope for GX, and 2-0 start on map 2 after a close first. Yeah, well, G2 could be feeling the same soon.
We got you.
Got him in 4K, or at least 1080p.
This is where mums at home being like, yeah, you're only eating salads this week, all right? You're on a solid diet.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Caught red-handed.
That's what everybody is fighting for. Again, all memes aside on previous trophies. This one looks badass. I might just have to thieve it. But this is where we actually see those rifles get online now for G2. This is where they're looking to try and step up to the plate. Martha, the attack early on, fighting through some of that aggressive utility, making sure that G2 aren't going to get a lot of space for free. In fact, they're having to play fairly passive. The aggressive position that's currently there for ResQ will give them quite a bit of information. They're able to gamble a couple to watch that top of mid alongside the trip, and then the other two dedicated to B. And with that side of the map not being pressured at all, it definitely leaves a lot to be desired. GX, there's a lot of knowledge of where they're going right now.
Yeah, G2 have that knowledge for sure. But the paranoia, the reveal on the backside, that's causing problems. Up comes Biori, big swing, but she's dropped. Vanya there for 2, still holding strong with the spike on the floor, and a 4th secured. It's Ness to do it all. 4 players to drop and an ace to avoid Vanya. Well, she's gonna want it, but she's low HP. So is Mimi. They might decide to sit back and just let this one taper out with some of the other players, but Vanya, not sure what that flash was. Vanya's got a chance, but the chance is stolen away by rescue. Still not going to turn your nose at a 4K like that.
Well, that's the thing. We spoke to her earlier. She said she's got family in the crowd. Would have been nice to get the first ace, but let's be real. There's someone else who wants that title, and it was the person who stole it away. The rescue with the extra kill, claiming the orb, and more importantly, claiming the first round on the board for G2. That's the thing, though. I don't think that the amount they were able to get away with their gamble stacks and quick rotations will be possible. Just so much control early on. I think they're going to go for it again, like consistent usage of the stuns. And once they can put rescue in place, I said she can take those fights, have a get-out-of-jail-free card with the slide, and they can just send their personnel elsewhere.
Yeah, they got time to play with, that's for sure. Control to work around. GX, well, extremities being watched despite the fact that there's traps there. And they're really expecting G2 to fall for the bait, that if they pump the brakes, G2 will be the ones putting their foot on the gas. But there's no movement. This defensive side is extremely patient. First point of contact already seen. Big play from Smurfette. Straight in with the slide and taking down rescue. Elbow open, although now secured by Mimi. Side fight goes in for Petra. They're keeping presence. They're not giving up the control just yet. GX haven't decided to leverage it out of their hands. They might even go back.
Not wanting to overplay their hand. As said, we've spoken about this team as ferocious in their aggression at times, but this is really tempered. They're trying to sell a ruse, and now heading back into the A site. A ruse hasn't really been sold. The late smoke is an idea. It's trying to put something in the minds of G2, and it has not worked. There are still 3 players ready and waiting. Already a one-way smoke placed. This is now a really difficult task, even with a player advantage. The stun is perfect, and so is the execution. A complete cleanup from an advantage to not a single kill found. That is clean from G2.
Yeah, and of all the people to claim that advantage with, it was rescue that fell. It was elbow open. Like I said, Mimi was there quickly to pad the gap, and the response, I don't think was the wrong one. yeah, you decide to pump the brakes. Wait, you see nothing, no contact, no re-clear from this squad. You're going to assume they've rotated. They're going to assume you've rotated. That's not the case. Ready and waiting, 3 players, a perfect stun, and with barely any time on the clock. Listen, they ran that fake down as long as they could. They just couldn't convince G2 that it was going the other way. A step ahead was the defensive side. We'll see if that's the case in this round. Investment certainly seems to indicate it will be. Sheriffs, an SMG, and a Bucky to try to take control of B site. The scary thing is they've got it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I've seen Bucky clips with a Neon. I've not seen them with a Cypher pushing aggressively, but clearly Miori's been practicing. That advantage doesn't last for long. Aftershock holding them back, buying time. They've still got more in this round than maybe expected, but ResQ's quick on the clear. And now the remaining players have to fall back and try and hold in the post.
Yeah, this is where the trouble begins. Fact is, they've only got 3 Sheriffs, so spamming is not their forte. Straight through the smoke. At least it's a narrow angle to spam on, and a player walked through the smoke for the advantage. Defuse have, but they've not been able to get it across the line, and Rolling Thunder delays. The time starting to tick away, the pressure on for G2. They need the kills, and they'll find nothing. GX, they're not giving the lead away with a pay safe card. Thrifty, it's 3-2.
I thought there was no way in hell they win that round. I'll be brutally honest with you. Like, that Rolling Thunder actually came online in the middle of that. It was the aggression going in that gave her the ult. Quick thinking from Sarah. It's a gamble. You're throwing in an ultimate in a round where ultimately if it doesn't go well, you're going to feel foolish. But the fact is, it works out perfectly.
I think it's even feeling foolish. It's also, you definitely don't have the time to communicate effectively in those moments to say, hey guys, I've got the ult, should I throw it in? And let's have a democratic conversation about it. You're about to throw away a piece of utility. If it doesn't land, your team's gonna be mad. Or at least you'll have let them down. This time though, it worked out. Last time, let's say, because this time it's G2 with a 2-player advantage off rip. Smurfette grabs 1, but it only serves as a trade. 3 versus 2. And the plan still to be secured. Ult on Smurfette, not gonna be worth that much, but that kill is worth its weight in gold. ResQ up top, about to be faced by 2, and the big swing from GX gets him a big round. Plant can now be secured, and it's only Vanya. Risky statement. Only Vanya to take him down.
Yeah, only Vanya. Only the player who has been consistently top 1 or top 2 in EMEA, even on our previous teams. The reason G2 signed her in the first place. Even still, these sort of clutches are never easy, especially against a duo that has worked together for such a long time. She's isolated the battle though. Put things into the 1 versus 1. Facing off against Ness, already getting it up, but needs to let go, and it's 11 HP that makes the difference. But that's enough for Ness.
Just about. And the reading on that timing too, she knew it was just half. That was the exact moment to push in, to catch them, taking their weapon back out. What a risk, but what a reward as well. And for this side, you know, the push, it didn't start out terribly, but they had to trade back and forth. G2 were not letting it slip away. But this was also something that Kuripuya said. She was very impressed by the trading game that GX were playing in that last map. Always able to pull themselves back out of those aggressive peaks that come in from G2. There would be a punish. There would be another player waiting. And now the reward, 4-2 in the lead. A low buy for G2, but still an opening pick. This is not an ideal start.
Oh, looking to trade value with the ultimates. The thing is for ResQ, when her ult runs out, she has nothing to play with. Well, actually had a couple of guns to try and make it work after a teammate was lost, and that's the problem here for G2, is they don't have much in terms of weaponry. Amy with a Guardian is always something to fear, and with the Sheriffs now pushing up, it is going to be a bloodbath. It just depends on what direction. Well, that Rolling Thunder almost seems worthless because Amy and Vanya have combined to kill them all. A complete wipe down with an Andaluthia flawless. And wow, I feel like a lot of the time in these rounds you need to throw expectations out the window, because I don't know how they've won that and won it clean.
It was so clean that PaySafe card are going to be writing a complaint. That was a thrifty as well. Little double whammy for them. Look, not an ideal situation to say the least, when they've got barely anything to work with, and when it comes off a, I would say, fairly predictable opening aggression, the ult is popped. Well, you know, she's going to want to use it pretty soon. And still, despite those players being ready for the fight, they're not winning it. Not taking it across the line this time. GX, aggression again from Smurfette. It is only pistols, so why not?
I like the idea in that round that Mimi went, oh, they're here, I'm going to... Oh,
and they're all dead.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Amy. Couldn't have done that before my ult, you know, just a second earlier. Not a bad start in this one. Rescue again, her aggression has been forced back, down on just 15 HP. Again, though, weaponry swings heavily in one direction. You do still have a Hunter's Fury for either side, potential plant denial if GX managed to get that far, and on the other side, if a round gets close, if it gets late, well, Ness could be a pinnacle part. I don't know if she's going to be alive much longer. Mimi, after not getting to do much with her ult last round, has decided the battle breach is here to play.
Well, it was up against the pistols. That seems to have a little bit of life to them. Jolina with one, Spike on its way to B. And if this other pick goes Jolina's way, if she keeps on pushing and finds Vanya, if she clears the corner, it could be a big danger with weapons to be recovered. Luckily, she doesn't. Vanya is out of there, regrouping with her teammate, ready to take this fight together. And if the spike went the other way, they're ready for that too. All their bases covered on G2, and that is 4-4. We're tied up, and that lead that GX fought so far, so hard for, has slipped away.
And this is the thing. It seems like this can happen pretty much any moment with G2 on the server. Any pause taken and the switch just flips the other way. And you have to bear in mind the circumstance here. Obviously, some of the best maps of their squad, Ascent, Icebox, were out. They didn't have those as opportunities. Mentioned Bind not being a strong map for them. That's one of the weaknesses that G2 has. That's the only map they lost in the entirety of this stage. Shout out NASA for that. Other than that, there isn't a good place for them to go. This was their best bet. This was their best hope at getting a map. They did well in the last, and Jolina's already done well in this round, giving them an advantage.
Was that ult or Shrouded Step through to backside? Grabs 2 kills. Petra in the ultimate as well. Hunter's Fury. Well, it comes at the cost of her life. GX. They've got site control. They've got everything lined up for them with this late flank as well. If Amy goes down, it's basically done. That trap now broken. They know there's a flanker underway. That means they know there's only 3 on site, and sights are definitely set forward. Vanya coming around the back, catches Jolina. The rescue had already closed out the round. This is another for G2, but that round, well, rewind 30 seconds, it doesn't look like it's going their way.
A 3v4 post-plant retake with equal weaponry never should happen. Especially not in the manner which they just did. That looks so incredibly easy. A solid paranoia pushed everybody into a similar corner, and from then onwards it just seemed like they were trying to fight to get back into position, and they lost every single one of those fights along the way.
So I missed the start of the round. I don't know what I was looking at when Jolina went for the play, but I think, did she insta-paranoia, catch the players with the paranoia, and then go for ult? Because otherwise, why did they not turn around, right? Big round from her either way. Yeah. I'm going to go watch that one back after this map. Vanya! Oh, that's a tough start. Smurfette goes sprinting through, and not a normal angle to be held either. But it's an outlaw there. Now the rest of the squad terrified because everybody has light shields on GX. That outlaw is a 2-shot operator.
This is, again, just the economy read. They're ready for whatever's going to be thrown at them. We saw Vanya do this in the last map as well, just throw in that sniper, save some credits, and also has a good opportunity
we got the wave
to do some damage. And for GX in this round, damage would be nice. A couple away from Sarah's ultimate once again. We saw the impact it could have when they had a low buy last time around, so I wouldn't be too worried. And actually, I don't know how Miori's managed to bypass all of Amy's utility without her noticing. But there's definitely been a gap left there. A mistake from G2 that has been punished. Post-plant in now. Sarah is 1 away from our ultimate. The same scenario we saw before. A single kill will do it for her.
Look at how quickly they're burning utility. Why was that flash used? You have to think if you're on G2. But of course, in the chaos, they're just going to spur forward, look for the retake. But it's because Jolina's on the flank. They just wanted to delay as long as they could so Jolina could strike. There's the kill and a weapon to be retrieved. The whole squad now from G2 coming in from one angle, and GX are ready for it. Paranoia is being deployed. Diffuse is underway.
No way!
It's almost there! A disaster! right under their nose as well. Gotta be a pause, I reckon.
That's a couple of scenarios now where I think GX are going to be absolutely kicking themselves. You are right. It is going to be a pause called. Last round, losing that 4 versus 3 post plant. That round, I almost think that's just a read from the side of G2 going, okay, most of these players still have pistols. If we smoke this off, go for the defuse, you're trying to spam. There was actually a spam of a rifle. It just didn't connect a single bullet onto the player defusing. And after what was an impeccable round from that point onwards, it's got to be infuriating. Just Mimi able to, she took a bit of damage towards the end, but it got way too far.
But that's it. I mean,
look at the smile. She
really...
knows she got away with one there.
Because it's not just the fact that the spam through the smoke didn't work.
The wave!
That's just rude.
I actually asked that earlier to Amy.
Just rude.
I was like, oh, if you do something credible, you're gonna, because it's a bit more difficult because you're not facing each other. She went, you know, you could lean back and have a wave, and that's exactly what Mimi has done.
Oh man, and the tragic thing is, and for Mimi, the thing that's gonna make you pretty happy, she sees a player before the defuse goes through, running into the smoke and spraying a rifle, but they're running and spraying, and the bullets just don't connect. It was hitting her legs or back, but not the head. And the defuse comes across the line before it does. That is the ultimate. It's not just that you stuck it under their nose. They looked you in the eye as you finished it off and then went, oh, I'm dead now. The round's gone. A tough pill to swallow, I'll say that.
Well, it's been a tough couple of rounds, that's for sure. These are sort of rounds that can break you. As I said, this is the map choice of GX. The one chance that they may get to choose a map if this doesn't go their way. The next one is right back to G2 with a potential 3-0 on the cards. Rolling Thunder going to be used proactively, though. Aggressively in Ghost Smurf. But the battles go the way of G2 anyway. A shorty kill for Amy, a quick response. And now they're stunned up themselves, leaving just a couple to try and fight this one back. Sarah and Mayuri, ultimate's already gone, utility being expended, and so much time to be bought. Again, the retake from G2 is stellar. Oh, they have time to spare.
The fact that you have Rolling Thunder put in, and Amy's reaction is just beautiful. Immediate shorty in the smoke. She knows someone's going to try to push up. Probably the Neon.
I want to know if she bought that for this round.
I think so.
Because if she did, that's just a hot, like going, okay, if I get Rolling Thunder, I'm going to shorty them.
Yep. I think that might be what we just witnessed.
Oh, she gets saved as well by Rescue.
Rescue's been having a game, and now the rest of G2 stepping it up, starting to put round after round on the board, feeling confident, taunting their opponents across the stage. Starting to feel like just another G2 game. Let's hope that doesn't carry forward. GX, 7-5 still possible at the half. Although no ultimates here for either squad.
Even still, this one again has just been a mass streak. A large amount of rounds going in a row for G2. They did this last map as well, where it just seemed like the game was starting to slip away from GX, and that champion's mentality, always there for G2. Down, never out. And also most of the time not down by much. Another attempted post plant. The retakes from G2 have looked unstoppable. Don't have ults to play with, excluding that from the shadows. That might be able to get them some information, but they're going to know this is the classic post plant with a wraparound from Sarah.
Yeah, that's Sarah's late play, but they are ready for it, just like you said. Big stun as well, ready for the fight inside main. There's nothing that G2 haven't accounted for here. And with the defuse underway and no one left to stop it, it is 8-4 at the halftime. G2 with a statement victory in some of these rounds. The statement is, we're better.
Yeah, impeccable usage of their utility. The combinations that they have together was just sublime. And that is the thing with this team. They are so hard to break down and beat. Nonetheless, that is something that's going to have to be done, as we'll be back after the break.
One way with you, what it feels like. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less
Welcome back, folks. It's time to get into the second half of the second map. G2 leading. I suppose that comes as no real surprise from what we've seen out there so far.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. We're here. We're in Istanbul. No one's hot cammed the desk just yet. And as we get on into this one, you know, Tom, I'm excited because we've seen some promise there, but an 8-4 scoreline for G2, a more damning one than what we saw in that last half, and momentum in their favor. Do you see them coming back into this on the side of GX? Or is this G2 running away with the attack side?
Wow, I've predicted a 3-0, so I kind of
It could still
gave
be
you
close,
the
Tom.
answer
It could
earlier.
still be close.
That is true. I hope it will be. I think the problem is I've always favored GX's attack side. I think that's where it's just that little bit easier to have that same level of synergy. They're going to go for aggressive defensive halves, and I think G2, even if it catches them off initially, they're very good at changing the way they play. They're very good at taking a pause, taking a moment, and then adapting. And now, well, the scariest thing is you have Rescue as the tip of the spear. Like, on defense, you can kind of question if she's going to have the same level of impact. On attack, it's almost guaranteed.
Yeah, it's difficult to ask that question with a straight face. For G2, B site will be taken, but GX are quickly sending one player to flank. The problem is Cypher is still alive, so the trap has to give away the fact that the flanker's underway. Here we go, big swing from Mimi, nothing bounced. Smurfette's got B main control. Now a friend as well as Jolina groups up. G2 look for control elsewhere. They'll take market, and they've taken it over. For now, the numbers stay even, but Jolina causing headaches has dropped Petra backside, being crunched on. Rescue, 1 HP. Already found a kill, looking for more in the spawn. It's dangerous. Any bullet could take her down, and it's a headshot to do it. Amy trying to even numbers up, and with 7 HP, Jolina survives, and Miori thrives. A round for GX here with the pistol. Maybe a way back in.
That's both, right? That's the second pistol that they've won, so it's a lifeline for sure, but it doesn't necessarily tell anything about the story of how this map is going to go. I think we're on the same page with that one.
Yeah, a lot of G2 predictors out there. Funny with the history of Stage 3 Grand Finals, but, well, when you look at the history of LAN, I suppose it's
yeah, I'd also say when you look at the history of G2, like pretty much any other form of history
any
other
other
than
statistic,
that one.
actually.
Also, the thing is as well, it's like, for G2 in previous sort of matchups, you're talking about this as a seeding game. Like, do they go in as like #1 or #2? And well, there's 1 and 2. Smurfette kicking things off, farming up some orbs, and hopefully making this one nowhere near as costly as it can be at times. But yeah, like, there wasn't a trophy on the line. They weren't on LAN and getting real experience. Like, for you talk about some of the players on the team, but for someone like Rescue, who is about to go off to champs, having that LAN experience, having a crowd in front of you, having pressure in front of you from people supporting, or having family watching in the case of Anya, it changes things. So I think that getting that experience, and more so for G2, as said, anytime there's an opportunity for a trophy in the cabinet, I expect them to take the trophy and put it in the cabinet.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty fair expectation. They've never proven us wrong on that front. Ness in for another, and Mimi's left to be cleaned up. Nicely done. No real dangers that managed to strike in that round. 8-6, they're on the road to recovery. And for GX, look, there's been a lot of big burst rounds from the side of G2. There's been a lot of individual plays. Now, they might just get to write their own script. Some of these early fights, like Smurfette landing that fight down mid, it might be hard to repeat. You'll see the smoke go up a little earlier next time, or players peak a little later. And the armor start to come through. But a good start. When we normally see G2 put up a little bit more resistance. Now the rifle round though.
Yeah, this is again, like I said, they've won both pistols. They've got 6 rounds. There's a theme that occurred in the last half, and we'll see if that's going to be a theme again. Smurfette, prime position.
No hits?
Yeah, surprisingly. I thought at least one of those bullets would connect, but the damage not done. Of course, she's not going to shy away from a fight. I'm curious to see if there will be any sort of utility put in place to support her. Sarah's not too far away, but with the stun gone, it would have to be a guess of a flash to try and set up her IGL. And instead, well, Smurfette's just gone walkabouts, already pushing down mid. This gives so much information, and this 1-2 punch waiting on the other side is already just going to be obliterated. Rescue, what a double opener.
Yeah, I've gotten kind of sick of saying that actually in this series, to be honest. At least the trade back there from Smurfette. Round won't slip away for free. Damage done to her, sure, but she'll be able to pack a punch in some of these duels. Big play here. If Sarah can pick up this double, it's a huge task. Not one she should be able to make happen with a Bulldog, but there's support from Miori, and now it becomes more doable. Flash primed and ready. There it is, and the pre-fire took her down. Leaves only the trade for Miori, and she will quickly be taken out of the round. Smurfette, how much damage can she do? I think the answer should be 0. Time's running pretty low. I expect them to kind of start running away now, but still sticking around. A chance, perhaps. And indeed, still, but the smoke is going to cancel her out, and now Smurfette's going down to the spike. Unlucky. Oh, is she going to hunt them with the rifle? Try to run all the way down, survive, and take as many with her as she can. Hey, listen, give it your best shot. The G2 are ready, 9-6.
Yeah, they've got the cash that in the next round that's not really going to cause too many issues, and I think getting that ult closer to being online could be a big part of it. Was Neon very popular in the server and out, it seems, but we'll have to wait.
The cameraman isn't. Someone's pointing the gun at him.
That's true, that's true.
Up to?
But yeah, a little bit of damage, not too much for G2 to worry about, and that's the thing again, it's just when ResQ's in this sort of form, you can see already just on this attack side, the confidence that she comes in with. I feel like someone almost needs to shut her down early, and well, Smurfette has done just that. Her opposing Neon, her doppelganger, has done the job. And to be honest, that was a relatively solo fight. Like the rest of G2 were very far behind ResQ. And with no success this time around, they now have to try and recover this.
Well, this is the thing, yeah, the mid fights have been good for GX so far, at least when it's fighting down mid. Let's see how up top, nice up close and cozy is going to go. There's 4 players ready, there's a flash fired through, but they're very hesitant to commit deep to that control. Still have traps up either side of the map, but nothing to work with, no players embedded. This is just a blob of death moving towards the B site, which is going past 2 players in spawn, through 2 players on the site. I mean, their work is cut out for them, but Jolina and Ness fall. Spawn and site dealt with. Smurfette still lurking around, still looking to cause problems. The head peek's good. Amy caught putting her cam down. Now on the other side, Smurfette looks for a little bit more. A lot more, in fact. That could have been a 4K in this round. Instead, it's a 2v2 retake. Still winnable for GX.
She's given her teammates a chance. The fights from G2 were impeccable, but falling to Smurfette has left this one with an opportunity. Mimi wrapping around the back, but it's expected by Sarah. A solid read from the ex-teammate, and now Petra may just meet the same fate. It's close, but it's Miori to find out that trade. GX, a 7th round, continue their climb back towards that G2 lead, just like they did in that previous map.
Well, certainly starting to rise up. We're going to see just how far they can make it. Double digits is a road marker. That 13th is what they're looking for, and if you're GX, it'll feel a little bit more doable after a round like this. Surrounded, Smurfette stands her ground. Opening pick on mid went her way too. And then, well, despite Petra having a good shot at it, get the round on the board. Now, we'll look to see if the plan is going to be the same. Early round, does Smurfette keep fighting mid? It's been very successful, so I wouldn't be surprised.
It's a hero rifle for both of the Turkish stars. ResQ would be the one to try and lead the charge as always, but there is a lot of defensive players already on this A site. 4 of them, in fact, waiting for this push to come in. Rolling Thunder will lead the charge. ResQ, it's perfect again. Set her up. She'll knock him down. She goes hunting for a little bit more. That's guns to be retrieved as well for the other members of G2, as there looks to be a response. An attempted swing from Ness is countered. And now kept out by the smoke. This is not going to be an easy retake. Already pop flash through, but it's just too easy for G2. 1 player standing. Potential for a flawless and a low round. Modulina at least stops that. But 5 HP, 3 to find. Good luck.
Yeah, it is unfortunately not going to get done this time. And a big swing confirms. 10-7. G2. I mean, that previous round, if you're sat on GX, you've got to be disappointed. Oh, no, Jade. Oh. We've got time. We got time. We got to wait a little bit, but we'll see them. Get y'all back out there. But yeah, we start out Rolling Thunder. It's grabbing kills for Rescue. You know, this isn't even one of those rounds where Rescue just goes absolutely ham, picking up all the kills. This is well set up, well structured early round utility that catches them. Individual able to convert. The side of GX, it's just it's
unfortunate because they had the read. They had their players in the right place at the right time, but especially in a low buy round, you don't necessarily expect the team to be fully willing to commit a Rolling Thunder into that one. So you play these closer positions, you play the crossfires, and you just get wrecked by the ult.
I mean, what that is a lot of the time when you use that Rolling Thunder, when you've got the one rifle going in first, a big hitter, they're going to get dropped more times than not. They see the Rolling Thunder online. A lot of time, your opponents are playing back off-site, and if they take that pick, round's basically over. Your chances of actually doing something from there on, they go down. It's a risk that could happen. But instead, the reward is, I mean, you got Rescue as the tip of your spear. You know you're drawing blood every time. That's been the case from what we've seen. They've got to deal with her. They've got plenty more to deal with as well.
The Nest Jet needs to come. I even mentioned it.
You did.
Mentioned
you brought it up.
Loch Ness Monster. That's who we need to see. That's who they need right now, because it is starting to get back into that territory again where when you see G2 win rounds like that, like a solid read, double entries coming in, it's definitely not getting any easier. Wow, that's just unlucky. An obscure corner being played by Petra. And that is sort of the round over. Like, you're looking at throwing in the overdrive for Smurfette as one of the pinnacle parts of this round. It's not going to get any easier from here, especially when Rescue is in their spawn. Fighting in their spawn. Sarah had no idea. And now Ness is going to try and see if she can fight. Look at where the rest of the team are, by the way. Just look at where Rescue is. Look at the rest of the team. They're only just making their way through B main. She is just playing her own game at the moment. And while Ness has finally put the enter, it's whether or not she can get the gun before anybody can make a move. And that's not the case. She knows where they all are. There's not much she can do about it.
Yeah, not with that weaponry. Vanya. Plenty more players stacked up and ready. Big swing and a close to the round right after. You would expect, but you might be wrong. Niori at least had some fight left in her. Jolina on backside recovers the Sheriff. Looks for a headshot angle, I thought. Yeah, there's the jump up from Petra. She's looking the right way, but turns around at the last moment. We're in the late stage of this map now, Tom, and it is starting to slip out of the grasp of GX. Hands off the reins, and the cart's running away. They've got to tame this one. Or G2, well, they won't be looking to stick around on Sunset for very much longer.
Yeah, I've got to mention it again. Last map was close. It was the pick of G2. This one, Sunset, it's maybe the one chance that we would actually see for a map to be chosen, but it was mentioned by the desk, mentioned by us as well, that these first three maps are solid. Like, they are good maps for G2. You weren't going to find a weakness when they get 2 bans. Like, that's the scary thing. When they go through that upper bracket, when they get the choice of what maps are played, you have to go to their territory. And we said it was always going to be an uphill battle for GX, but if there's going to be a response, it really does need to be here. Abyss has not been a friendly face for GX, and I don't think G2 have lost it since it's been put into the pool.
I think there were some moments where it came close. Even Kuripuya, I think, was one of should be on one of the teams that made it very close. But taking the win is a different story up against this squad on every map. 11-7, disadvantage with Rescue down. Again, the tip of the spear going in. She will fall sometimes. Bounce off the armor. But instead, there's always that second wind to it. The attack side grouped up. I like Vanya's spot. The fact there's players baiting for her on default as well, but the reveal has very much put an end to that plan. G2 still winning the fights afterwards. The trades coming in droves as Petra sneaks around the side, catches the angle, knows that Ness is just around the corner. And it's put to bed with 5 chances to close out this map. A strong one for G2. The sun may be setting on this series, and a dark night awaits ahead in the Abyss.
Yeah, we are now sat in a position where, again, you look at a disadvantage for the side of G2, but once they get into the post plants, they're always terrifying. And I thought the major danger was gone. They got rid of Rescue and Vanya without much of a response. And then it's just the Petra, Mimi, Amy show. Like, just combinations of util. the peaks, the swings, the timing being perfect, and then even at the end, just Petra reading where her opponent would be. Logically, you're going to expect someone to be in main. You're going to expect at least one player to be there, but no. And now with what is a weaker purchase, what is a few pieces missing, no high value ults online from the get-go, Rolling Thunder will be retrieved though. That's something at least. The retake looks a hell of a lot more deadly. But also with pressure potentially going to come in onto Smurfette. I don't know if she's actually been revealed. That could be an opportunity for her to strike, and it's actually aiming to go down for it.
Oh,
okay.
Bold re-peek. And one that Petra's not willing to let slide. A peek from Nesto could be risky. What a shot! That was a headshot down to 10 HP for Mimi. Well, this one looked like it was under threat with the double peek on mid, but now a triple peek on mid from GX is putting Rescue in the bin. She's managed to somehow make it out of there. They haven't got control of a site. Jolene is not offering it up.
Low HP tagged up. This is a round that at this stage almost looks unlosable. Petra looks to lead the way, the only healthy player, and it is falling apart. Left all on to Mimi. She clutches this one. I think we call this a best of 3 because I just don't think there's any recovery, but with 15 seconds, there is no chance, and even looking to try and hunt her down. Remove those extra guns. There are a few players with slightly lower economy over on that G2 side, so every little will help for the side of GX.
Mimi very much out of there. GX, as we said, it was 5 chances in a row. Now it's 4, still a few too many that any team would be comfortable with giving G2. Well, there's nothing that can be done about that now. The other scary thing as well, Tom, is with so many rounds to work with, you start to think that there comes a moment where G2 have all their ultimates and they just dump them into a round. There comes a moment where they bait your ultis out. You commit that little bit too much to a round as GX, and G2 will smell the blood in the water. They'll see the weakness. They'll break you down right afterwards. This has to be a flawless execute back into the game. We started in round 21 with GX looking a bit healthier in terms of the rifles. Rolling Thunder there as well. These could be big factors in their success.
Yeah. Mimi is 2 orbs away from having all 5 ults online though for G2. And that's a terrifying prospect. Whether you value them highly or not, there is a lot that potentially could be done. Rescue almost gets a sneaky opener. The level of confidence that she has is truly off the charts. Just to go through util and try and fight them, and Jolena already under some serious pressure. We'll hold on to her life, though.
They're not worried about the right side mid.
Oh, no.
Eventually, a smoke goes down as the push comes in, and Petra opening it up onto Jolena. Damage done on Smurfette. Stun, catching her after. Swing in from Rescue is perfect. And the ult activated to cause problems. Sure, she'll go down, but she's done her job. A 4v2 B-site control, utility removed, and just a flash left for Sarah that they can put stock into. It's not like you're going to look at it, save it for the next round. It's do or die, and it looks like GX's decision is made for them as G2, 4 versus 1, 1-0 up in maps. We're about to secure Sunset and have 3 maps that they only need to take 1 of. This is a terrifying prospect for GX, and one that's just being realized. 2-0 for G2.
There's a reason that myself and Billy have a lot of confidence in this team, and I'm sure many, many people watching at home. It has always been undesirable to play up against them in any point of the tournament, but when there's a trophy on the line, when you head to the LAN stage, there are few with more experience or talent than the people currently on the stage. We'll be back after the break to see if G2 are going to close this in 3.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the caster desk, folks. We've got Nami from Nasser here to have a few words about the game that we've just witnessed. Now, Nami, I wanted to start out by asking you, you've been in GC a long time, 2 years now, a little over, and you've seen this go from online to here in Istanbul on the stage. How does it feel to see how far Game Changers has come since your involvement started?
I'm so proud and so happy. Like, everything is so excited seeing like the girls playing. Finally, like the finals, the grand finals, like EMEA on the stage, it's make us like literally proud, and I feel that we could like go more far away. I mean, I hope so. So this is something so cool. To be honest, I really like enjoying.
So this stage, there's one team who's taken a map off of G2. Now you play for that team. Now for any GX fans out there, they need to do that 3 times in a row. So have you got any advice? If you were down on the stage, how are you going to beat G2?
I think, to be honest, they should just trust themselves. Like, just go and just be ready to beat them. Like, they had nothing more than they have to. So just go, be confident, play your game, play how they every time playing, play together. Like, I think the advice like I should give them, like, it's every time playing together. Like, don't take one-on-one, like try to be always like at 2 and just take the fight, and there's no secret. If they can make it, they can.
And run away from rescue. That's a good strat as well.
Run away from rescue and the stuff that they're giving, like, because I think that all the stuff that their teammate is giving, it's incredible. They're playing very good at together. So
they are. They're playing an incredible game. A tough team to beat. And I mean, I wanted to talk to you as well because you faced off against G2 and GX for a spot down on that stage. You're familiar with these teams, and I wanted to ask you, what do you think now? 2-0 down. But some of the harder maps may be out of the way. What do you think GX's chances of making this comeback happen are?
I really think that they can make it. I thought like both teams like are very good at T side. They're very good like when it's about attack, and I think like they can still make it. Like the first map was very close, right?
Yeah.
It was like 13-11. They were playing very good at T side. Just CT was like more complicated for GNTX, but I think they could make it. They can make it. I trust GNTX.
There is hope.
I like that. Yeah, Nami's got some hope in GX taking us at least to a 5th map. Tom, Billy, they don't. Well, we'll find out who's right after a little break. For now, though, I just want to say we're going to toss it to the desk. But first, I want to say thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, over to the desk.
Thank you very much. I feel like it's easier said than done, right? They just have to win 3 more maps against the G2 that, quite frankly, they look incredible right now. It doesn't feel like there is even a flaw that you can exploit.
Definitely not. I mean, me and Tom, we're chilling with our predictions. Like, we were like, we see this, it's happening. Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Giant X to spring back into this one now.
Yeah, of course, it's very complicated. We're talking about a G2 that is close in the grand finals of this year completely flawlessly, and a Giant X that still has to take a map from them. We were talking about this Sunset. What is the thought behind picking this as your first pick, knowing that you have to survive those 3 first maps? Because now jumping onto Abyss, things get only more complicated. We have a team in G2 Gozen that has never lost this map against a team in Giant X that has never won it.
Yeah, and there's not for lack of trying. You know, 3 times they played this, and the first couple of times it was really close. I felt like even the first time they played it, maybe they could be able to take this. But here's the thing, for GX, they have to reverse 3. They got to win the next 3. But for G2, Kakuka, they're about to make history.
Exactly, and for them, ever since 2021, they were not able to win this last, to get that first seed for EMEA that so many people thought they deserved, you know, for the work that they've put. Now, if they're able to do it in this fashion, it's you know, good to think about a Game Changers Championship.
I think, yeah, like you said, I think it sets them up really, really well for Game Changers Championship, going into that, knowing that you've flawlessly ran through each stage, potentially in 3-0 fashion in each finals of Game Changers EMEA. I mean, it's a dominant run from them.
Yeah, it is.
One map in this stage.
I know, right? The crazy thing is this team has been around for a long, long time. We've had some legends on this team. You know, your Zaz, your Giuliano, your Mary, and somehow this G2 Gozen is the strongest G2 Gozen we have ever seen. And if they break their curse today, honestly, I don't even think that the GCC kind of first seed curse is even going to be a big deal to these girls. They're just going to go into that competition as potentially the best team team in the world.
I mean, if they're down to break some curses, they want to do it. They want to break some records. This is the best way to do it.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm so glad that you mentioned the fact that you mentioned Giuliano. When I first remember seeing Giuliano was Pearl on Yoru. Today, we're going to see Rescue on Yoru on Abyss, and I am so excited for it. I actually was so confused by this comp when I first seen it. You know, I was really questioning that Harbor pick, but seeing the way that they play this, they play retake so much on their defense. It'll be interesting to see how they start off on that attack.
G2 Gosen is the only team in Game Changers, EMEA, that plays the Yoru or the Harbor on this map. Not only that, we have Giant X coming in with another change. Now, as we were mentioning, this map is the one that they lost in the best of 5 against Nasser, and they had already made some changes, getting the breach out, swapping who's playing the Gecko, and slotting in Ness and that Sova. They feel adventurous. They go for a couple more changes, and they put the KO in and remove the Astra. Surprising.
Yeah, this is the comp that I do like. This is the comp that has been tried and tested. We've seen other teams do this. I can't remember if GX ran this once before. I believe they might have the first time they played it, or I could be trolling. But this is the one that also makes sense as well. Smurfette is going to pop off, and she has everything in the world to help her to achieve that.
Yeah, exactly, and she's definitely going to need it, because as we're saying, and as Billy was mentioning, G2 has a very specific way of playing this map. Yeah. We go back into the week of preparation, into changing this composition again, just to achieve a good result, finding the holes that they were scattered, and probably just putting even more information on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, I respect it. You know that this is not a strong map for you. You've lost it the 3 times that you have played it. You're in the grand finals. Maybe you're trying out some things that you want to take into Game Changers champs. It's good that they are adapting in the moment, and they're deciding, you know what, actually, we've figured out some new things and we want to bring it and test it live on stage. So, no, I really respect these changes coming up from Giant X.
Yeah, and also you guys saw that trophy. That's what is on the line. And if you're a GX, you don't want to get 3-0 swept. You want to be able to fight for that trophy. But for G2, though, they might just lift this after the next map, which is just crazy to say.
Absolutely. And I think that one of the forces to be reckoned with that was definitely a highlight player for 2023, and is definitely being as well in 2024, is Vanya. The last map that she was playing, even with the Outlaw, like, she was doing something else, and now playing on the Harbor, you have to target her individually. It's going to be so valuable to see what Sarah's going to be getting with those knives and how fast she's going to be able to shut them down.
Yeah, I have to completely agree with you. I will put my neck on the line. Vanya, without a doubt, is one of the best players, if not the best player that we have in Game Changers EMEA. So I'm really excited to jump back into this one.
Yeah, and she might just be able to prove that with this map. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Yes, it's time to get on into the game. GX on the defensive side, and G2 looking to push them out of this series and take that trophy for their own. Now, G2 have been playing pretty good so far, but we've heard that there may still be hope, Tom. It's not over yet. This pistol round, well, it would send them in the right direction.
Yeah, the momentum's with them. The records are with them. We gotta hope that GX have still got that fire in their bellies. A good start for Smurfette already. I think she is going to be the pinnacle part of whether or not this team succeeds. The leader, but also someone who can take over matches, back on that trusty jet, and already taking down the new centerpiece of this G2 roster. Rescue being gone is definitely a good sign for them in this pistol.
Well, there's the shots traded. In fact, the advantage won't be taken back by G2 just yet. They have managed to thread the needle with Amy. And this is a blind side for now in that defense. Add to that the fact there's players coming up close in main to go to the utility. This is where problems could start to brew. Miori, the only player to defend on that side of the map. And in fact, in spawn just now, the fight is about to go down. There's the lurk up by Amy, but now she's been spotted, not yet dealt with, but the kill's going GX's way, and no way for this spike to be planted without dealing with Miori. Well, they've done that. Perhaps now Vanya's got enough time. Indeed, she'll slip away. Damage done to Jolina. It's doable, but difficult.
Yeah, or out of utility completely. It's going to come down to the firefights and looking to try and play this one together. Smurfette will close as she began. 3 kills for her in the pistol round, especially on that jet. Always going to be ever so important to just farm up as many ultimate orbs as possible. That Blade Storm on a map you can literally jump and fly around has so much high impact. I will say as well, I do wonder if GX's comp switches are more down to comfort. Like Jolina especially going back over to the Omen, from the Astra, I think makes a lot of sense. I would say personally I prefer the Astra on this map. I think a lot of high-value post-plant can be put in, but if you're not feeling it, then it doesn't matter. You've got to play to your strengths, especially in a game up against G2. You need to be playing your very best.
Oh yeah, there's no room for error against this squad. You leave a gap, they shall take it. And we've seen that almost every time they've played. For G2, the attack side hasn't started out well. They've lost the pistol, and they've come in here with just classics. A round that we don't expect a ton of competition in. The investment on GX, it is decent. I mean, if you lose Ness, it's okay. But anyone from that point and the economy struggles, the damage will be felt. Seems like Ness is actually the one with the big gun, because she's already picked up 3, and it'll be cleaned up by the rest for a nice Andalucia flawless in round 2.
Again, what a way to start things off. I think keeping it clean is so important because you keep things good for you financially, earn up the majority of the orbs, but this is also what we saw in the last map. 2 pistols going their way, 2 second rounds going their way. The game weren't that close. It was when it got into the buy rounds, that's where G2 really turns it on, and especially when you have a composition with such high amounts of utility. Like, that's the thing that I really like about this comp for G2, is you've set yourself up not only with flashes, but a lot to shroud what your opponents can do. That Harbor in combination with Astra can be nasty at times, and already could be taking away any information towards middle control. They'll get that space for free. For the defense, they're going pushing towards the B side. I think they know that they can't just give up this map control. They can't just allow G2 to section things off, especially in a round like this. Timing, it's not bad. Miori's done a lot of damage. In fact, she dinks both players, but doesn't get a kill on either.
Oh, the outlaw in for damage as well. Oh, this could be a really devastating round for GX if they walk out with no kills. But they're also set up to do some damage. Mimi's just ripped them apart. Mid-rotation is no more, and it's all Jolina. Rescue, Vanya, Amy, all so desperately low. If Jolina came into today looking for a clip, this is the opportunity to find it. First player up close, 150 HP. This, if you find the first, the rest are easy. And Jolina's looking the right way, has an idea that there could be someone down close, checks her back, and it's clear. Here comes the swing. But it's a miss, with Petra landing it instead, 2-1. And 4 players alive for G2, a whole lot better than it could have been.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. So many opportunities to find kills, but ultimately all you've really done is take away their shields. That's the repurchase for this round for the side of G2. And yeah, I think the other thing as well is it gets into those late round scenarios, is whether or not you can even think to go for it. Potentially crossfires in play, of course, and for G2 coming out with 4 players alive from the way that started, with Miori doing such a high amount of damage. It's a good spot for them to fight from. Of course, Perch is going to be right back in. Smurfette, Operator in round number 4, and she's one away from a Blade Storm. As said, I think she needs to take over this game if they're going to have a chance, but she's got off to the start she needs.
Deep Knife won't find any information. He said, we've seen some Operator pulled out by GX, and a good chance as we see all of G2, 4 at least, start to shift towards that side of the map. Seems like they're going to walk right into it. A drone, though, is sent to lead the charge. Whether it's spotted the op or not, though, remains to be seen. A smoke will soon go down. Can Smurfette get ahead of it? No, not quite. A step through here is a risk, but a risk taken. The reward, not quite. Movement error comes into play. Deep flash, but Jolene is not caught. Well, eventually she is, I suppose. A 4v4 bruise.
Sarah first on the scene, but again, sectioned off. Can remove the utility, but also get some information. Knows there's a couple of players at the back of sight, and timing is going to be everything here. A chance to get both. Petra caught out, and her teammate goes down for it, but these post plants are still difficult to break. Smurfette was honed in on the angle, but has been forced to look away. Utility being broken, and it's seeming like they're already in waiting to try and bait in a player. The problem is Amy's utility can still cause them issues. Smurfette holding, but it's actually a missed shot. It won't matter in the end. It will be GX to confirm that retake. A solid round from them, but more importantly, a solid round from Sarah.
Well, it seems like Nami had some wisdom up her sleeve, as 3-1 GX are making easy work of this early half. A strong start, and one that we very much need to see. Close maps are definitely an indicator that you're on the right path, but you got to see the dirt below you turn to gravel. We have to see this legitimized as a way back into the series. I think rounds like this, they go a long way to doing that.
Yeah, finding the gap. And it is a very small window for Sarah to be able to make that play. Her first couple of kills onto the board as well. And it hasn't quite broken the economy of G2. That's the thing. They kept the last round with 4 players. We mentioned it. It could have been so much more. And because of that, they're going to be able to reinvest. Now, they've been able to silence ResQ quite a bit early in this map, and they're going to silence her again. Removed from action. We've mentioned at times that this G2 roster can look weaker if she's not on that board. Mimi's found some space, but of course, the door is yet to be broken.
Big 3 burst Hunter's Fury as well, all connecting. Kill found, damage done. Jolina down to 70 as a result. With a kill and a player forced back, the drone, well, it gets them all that space that they'd given up earlier on. Mimi ready to break through the vents and make this a 2-pronged attack. Pressure sits on Jolina, tagged up from the Hunter's Fury, and Ness still with full utility to work with. Now a problem. Mimi's about to break through, and Ness, oh, with an arrow out, that's a mistake. Timing perfect for Mimi. She heard the sound cue, rallied forth on it. 4 versus 2, and the op from Smurfette finally joins the round. Bladestorm activated as a result. Oh, GX are not going quietly into this night. They're gonna fight for it. They're gonna scrap. And the Blades, the first to find their target. Miori's already walking through. She's just sending it up from the top rope, and Petra, well, didn't seem ready for it, but certainly reacted in time.
Yeah, it definitely looked a little bit more disjointed. It's a shame as well, because Vanya's so desperately low, but now Smurfette, it has to creep into her mind that this comes down to saving. Bringing that operator through, don't know where any of the players are, weren't able to isolate the battle, and that's the thing. Again, we give credit where it's due to G2 is the second they find a big enough advantage, they're out. They're not giving you a moment's notice. No potential to even bring back this round, but that's definitely one that's got to be unfortunate for that defensive side. I think Mimi's read on the game is just impeccable. The fact that she's up there waiting for a sound cue that gives away that player can't shoot back. And sure, maybe there could have been a second one, but it was a risk that they were willing to take in that moment with the rest of the team looking to try and take the fight. And also, I guess you had the ult, so if there was someone there, they would have known.
This Petra just catching that kill. It could have went awry. It was a brave play, a roll of the dice. It's not landed on the desired value. 3-2 for GX. Op still on Smurfette, brought in 7-1. She's been winning the challenges that she's able to find.
That's not the start they wanted.
Problem is, last round her teammates fell, and this one starts out the same. Jolina down in mid.
Trying to battle in mid has not been successful. We saw Mimi get a couple of kills not long ago. And now the same for Vanya, and the pressure's going to be put onto the IGL once again. Plenty of targets is what she can get away with. Actually using their own utility to shroud herself and re-peek around. The angles being found by Smurfette, and another to her name. You walked into a site with 1 player on it, and that 1 player walked away.
50 HP. Look, it took a few bruises, took her lumps, but, well, she's got it done in the end.
10-1, by the way.
10-1. 3 kills the previous round. Bladestorm was activated not long ago. We're halfway. And it's the fact that she uses the utility, steps into it for a second, backs out. They're waiting for the re-emergence, and even still can't get the shot. And despite, you know, a little bit of an awkward shot in between the dash, closes it out with a 3rd.
But the thing is as well, she had the rest of her team continue that mid push. Even after it failed initially, they were confident, okay, she doesn't need the support. She's going to find the kill, she's going to delay, and we're going to utilize that. And that sends the economy of G2 right back into the dirt. Only pistols for this round. A lockdown for Mimi could potentially work in the late round, but I'd be surprised to see it used to get them into the site. And well, already some counter utility in an attempt to delay, even the fake to almost bait that maybe ResQ had taken a push. In fact, they're even going to throw out the null command, just using the ultimate as a complete denial of this utility stack up.
Well, there'll be no choice but to commit. So much control given up, but they know that. With pistols, they're ready to run the risk. Even just to see how GX react if they rotate quick enough.
and they start to stack up and take the gambles, and now there's a couple kills going their way, which is worrying, which is very worrying. And Mimi's low, but has the ult. There's rifles on the ground, a plant to come through, and GX, one of the players is an op, so that low HP might not matter that much. I am starting to sweat a little bit. Oh no, Amy! The ult was used! And Miori just about caught a glimpse of her head. Now that 20 HP is all that stands between them, and a 5-2 scoreline. A damning start for G2. This wall, well, there's the information given over. They know exactly where Mimi is. Despite that, it comes way too close. But in the end, 5-2.
Yeah, these are scenarios where, again, it just seems like at any moment G2 can turn the tide. It was a desperate attempt at finding those trade kills, and yeah, it's a little bit unlucky on the timing. I think maybe expecting that alarm bot to just be that little bit deeper. They don't get the information in time for the swing coming through. And that'll be that advantage extended. One of the better positions we've seen from GX, even if some of these rounds have been close, even if they've come down to some individual brilliance. But this is the moment that I think will always strike fear into an opponent's hearts, a G2 pause. We've seen this already throughout the series, where the second these pauses happen, it's a streak of rounds that end in maybe 5-6 in a row. It's whether or not there's a counter to whatever leader is saying to his team right now.
Oh, it's going to be on Asuka. You can see he's certainly firing out the words. See if they carry the weight. So far, a great showing from the side of GX. And like we said recently, thinking back to even what we spoke with Nami about. The fact is that squad has had a close game on this map. I think I had it scribbled down earlier. Their series was 13-4 on Bind when Master played G2. Then they went to Abyss 13-10. A very close one. And like you said, yeah, no one's taking it off G2, but it's the first time for everything. This could certainly be it if GX keep up the momentum.
Yeah, that's the major thing. That's been the momentum breaker, just having that pause. And even if we've seen that a lot has been said, there's no doubt about it, but even if there wasn't much said, we've seen this in the past where even just a big team taking a pause can be enough for you to get into your own head. Already an aggressive start to the round from Smurfette. She wants to try and find a battle on anybody attempting to make it into that B site, and the defense is constantly moving, constantly dynamic, using that double initiator to continuously grant them extra info across the map, combining it with the Cypher for the attack. Well, we've seen that lockdown online for quite a while, but there's a couple of other ults that in tandem with it could create a pretty terrifying force.
Here. There's a lot of information, and Rescue, I saw the flash. Maybe that's the commitment of the open. No, and out in the open it's used. Luckily, lots of players come funneling through that choke point to take the duels alongside, around the backside. A sneaky play by Rescue, who keeps on going! 3 kills under her belt, and Smurfette with an op in her hand and a lockdown keeping her far away. Might start to think about taking this in a different direction. Maybe going to save. Some players don't have a ton of cash, and well, the operator's certainly worth its weight in gold. It's time to move on forward. Impressive movement from Smurfette without her hand on her keyboard. Really just dialed into the server. Sometimes you gotta hook your brain up to that USB.
Response. And that's the thing, it took a couple of ultimates. I also think as well, I don't think I've had to say this throughout the series, but maybe a bit of a confidence booster for Rescue. She has been shut down in almost every single fight, and she gets shut down by the spike at the end of the round. Definitely a few blips for her so far in this map. Obviously, it's always going to be more difficult with that Yoru. You're taking quite a lot of risks. You're going to be setting up more utility in terms of the flashes as well. So but those early fights have not been going her way. And we've said that. At times throughout this series, it seems like when she's on, the team are frying. Like, it almost looks easy. When she's a little bit more quiet, the rounds start slipping away.
Yeah, it's competitive. It's competitive again. I think that is very much, and again, pretty much every interview we've had so far, and from what we've seen, the utility's just been huge setting her up. And I think it's more a symptom of when the G2 formula doesn't work, she's not finding kills. But when the formula doesn't work, that's when they're losing rounds. More so than her taking her hand off the mouse or something like that, right? For G2, they certainly found their way. 3 on the board. That third connected, just one to go. Now sitting outside of what is still quite a scary situation. That AWP is not there to start with, but it's rotating in. There's going to be 3 players in position, and the AWP is heard.
Yeah.
Immediately, they're running away.
That's the thing. It's almost used as a ruse to try and push them into other positions.
She's rotating.
They got the full Cypher setup, ready and waiting. That shot was literally just to pull rotation. Like to go, okay, I'm on this side of the map, and then goes back to controlling mid, has a quicker rotation back towards the A side, but it is only going to be that solo player, and Vanya will be able to reveal that. Having her ultimate online is going to make things that little bit more awkward, and with already Mimi finding that opener, it's not going to be the easiest position to fight back from.
Smurfette was 2 or 3 seconds away from having a great position on backside, but Rescue beat her to it. Now that control is no longer in their hands. That spray could have been good as the Cove broke. Vanya makes it out. Planter retreats. They've spotted 4 players up close. They might not expect Rescue to be still in this spot, playing so aggressive in looking for these fights. And there, okay, element of surprise, not converted for a kill. Gate crash won't get her out of there, and so you're caught, you're dealt with. That's something for GX, a foothold as they continue to push forward. Now they can start to defuse, start to play the mind games and cause G2 to swing into that choke point, held by so many players. A smoke up, blocking out the diffuser. The sprays need to start coming in, and well, the kills have, the sprays have, the stars have, and everything's there for G2. Gorgeous play in the end, and well, you know, a lot of teams start to panic. It never looks like G2 lose their cool.
No, they had too much post-plant utility. I think they must have popped like the nanos first so that buys time, and then it gets into that late round where you have to basically aggressively push them, and they still had the star down. There's nothing you can do about that. You could try a body block. I know a few people attempted that, but when there's a Gravwell late into the round, it just makes it impossible. And that's the value of this comp in that post-plant scenario. When you have an ult that gets you in, and you have all of your utility still remaining, it becomes incredibly difficult. And after a streak of rounds, again, we see a pause called, leaders' words are heard. And look at the economy now of GX. They're back down to the pistols, a likelihood of the scoreline being leveled, but they're not just sitting back. They're not cowering in fear. They are walking up mid, and they have taken an awful lot of ground, but Mimi is locked in, ready and waiting.
3 players right behind. It's good for the second, and Mimi, well, she's got support now as well. They know there's a number of players here, even the turret's helping out. The potential for damage seems to have waned. Maybe they drop a weapon or 2, but there's a firing squad to ensure that there's no damage done. And it's an Andalucia flawless from G2, that it's 3 in a row, and now 5-5. They've equalized, and 7 still within their grasp. On this attack side, it's getting very scary.
Yeah, I feel like there's an aspect of you call yourself by the name leader, you have to be pretty good at your job. Like, I'm just going to put it out there. Like,
you don't want to be demoted to assistant coach.
Yeah, it's a cocky name to have. Like, so the fact that every single time he calls a pause, they immediately start winning rounds.
Streaks of rounds.
Maybe it's the greatest coincidence of all time. Much more likely, G2 have got themselves another fantastic coach. Smurfette looking to try and, again, bring things into our own hands, an opportunity, but they are waiting. She's hit the tag onto Petra. It's a little bit of extra damage, but now that ultimate is in play again for Rescue. The combination, they needed Petra to be able to try and find this extra damage. She hasn't got the kill, but Rescue has claimed the site.
Yeah, first was a little low, Smurfette around the side, but down to the classic. No one's looking! Vanya had to pick up a second, and she's down to 20 HP. Oh, that one is going to require a little bit of a breath on the side of G2, but certainly a sigh of relief can be emitting from them right now. They've managed to put the numbers back in their favor. They've managed to get the plant as well. You'd love to have, especially Amy in this post-plant scenario, the impact of a Gravwell seen earlier on. Now they have to rely on more conventional methods. Defuse to start with has been halved, or sorry, was tapped, not halved. They came off immediately to look for this aggression that seems to have caught them off guard, at least for the first. Darts up and over already. As Ness hears them landing behind, she'll go in to try to tap this defuse again. Reveal gets put into play, taps it again, swing, taps it again, and the clock just keeps on running. Ness grabs that kill, but it doesn't matter. The clock's already decided the conclusion, 6-5.
Yeah, I think as well, again, you just have to look at these post plants from G2, even without Amy. These are not just nanos being thrown onto the spike. These are lineups that are landing one after another. So even if you get that first one destroyed, there's another one. So the player who goes to try and tap can't do anything about it because the second nano lands and you have to let go and shoot it. Otherwise, you're going to get killed. Like, it's just so clean from the side of G2. And just the fate they have in their utility. Look at where Mimi is playing. Like, if there was anyone on that defuse, they lose the round. But she knows her lineups hit. She knows that that utility is perfect every single time. And this is why they are the best of the best. Because even though their HP was low, they didn't have anyone looking at that spike for 20 seconds. It meant nothing.
Yep, they knew. Every player knew their teammates' util had landed, and there was no need to second guess it. D push from Rescue. She's gone into their spawn, right up top mid, and Sarah, well, she had no idea. The timing was perfect, the thread of a needle. Now G2 set their sights on A. But Mimi is causing some problems on B. The thing is, I don't think they're going to hear, they're not going to notice. And this rotation from GX, this gamble, is in the right direction.
It's just, the thing is, it's the same again. Vania gets so many kills and so many orbs that you're going to go in with the ultimate. You're going to be there revealing the player, so the surprise factor is gone. You know where she is. Still done incredibly well. Mayuri did what she could, and the Rifle of Ness in combination with her util. She's done what she can, still standing. A 1 versus 2. Spike not planted, but Vania and Mimi playing this one patiently, not wanting to give her anything, and now knowing exactly where she is, they can look to try and get onto the side, but Ness is in front of that utility. Timmy the turret spotting her out, and in the end, it means nothing. It's a half win once again for G2 from the depths of defeat. They just string rounds together, and while the man on your screen is part of the reason why.
Oh yeah, definitely been putting in the work. Those timeouts have connected again and again, and for G2, their hands are still on the reins. They haven't let go. GX have an uphill battle to make this work. 3 maps in a row, starting with a 7-5 deficit. We'll find out if they've got what it takes after the break.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I tell I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama tell them miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights and never sight of trouble.
Welcome back, folks. We're ready to dive on in to half number 2 of what could well be our last map here, Tom. It's been a 2-0 start, a strong position for G2, and many people out there, they suspected this would be another G2 3-0. Tom, you're one of those people.
I am one of those people.
How are you feeling right about now?
The thing is, I don't feel good about it. Like, I don't want it to be a 3-0. This is going to blow your mind. I like casting Valorant. I like casting close games, but unfortunately, G2 are just too good. They are a squad that has been there, done that, got the t-shirt. They have won a Game Changers championship. They've switched up their roster. They brought in even more talent. They picked the best pieces of other teams. They even picked some pieces of other teams that, again, you look back to ResQ and like a time in NIP and teams like that, you wouldn't expect this level from her. But they also build players into superstars. They see things that others can't. They pick people out of ranked at times, and those people go on to then be superstars in other teams after they leave. That is the squad that you are up against. And to be honest, yeah, we have to start believing in curses at this stage, because anything else I think would be foolish. This team is a squad of winners, a squad of champions. And okay, sure, GX, they're a fantastic roster, but right now, even when they get those advantages, it seems like it's only a moment's notice before G2 turns the entirety of the game on its head. And now they have to fight against that. And they have to not just fight against being in a deficit on this map going into the second half. They don't even have to fight against winning this map and the next one. They then have to go on and win a third. A reverse sweep is a rarity. It happens sometimes, but this would have to be probably the most impressive of the lot.
Especially with the stakes, with being here, with not just talking about, you know, some of the players who played on a GC stage. This is in front of one of the biggest crowds that they will have played in front of. So there's a lot on the line, and you're looking at that trophy. It's drawing your eye every time you look away from your screen. Close fight for Vanya, and she'll get one. It's not the full set, but it's something to start with for GX. They've got some fight to this. 2 versus 4 now, and a flank even underway. This looks set to be a GX pistol, another GX pistol.
Yeah, I was about to say, a lot of things haven't gone well for them, but pistols definitely have, and well, it's left all on to Petra. Again, players incredibly low, but that means nothing in the end. GX will get their second pistol round in this map, and of course they won both in the last map as well. It was the bye rounds where we really saw their opponents begin to shine. And that's the thing as well, like, you have got that deadly duo that we desired throughout the entirety of this series. Ness online, Smurfette definitely online. She has been frying. The thing is though, there's always a response. There's always talent. Right, you get to a grand final, if there's not talent, we have a problem, but that's the thing. It's one thing to go close, as said, like you go back to that first map, they are the only team, maybe even this year, that has managed to get to double digits against G2 on Lotus. Getting to double digits doesn't win anything.
No. Maybe pride, that's about it. Here come the tweets.
Was that G2?
God's sake.
Andaluthia flawless. G2 have now, their other team have done it.
Oh.
Lothar, put the pen away.
Yeah, close the app, bro. Close the app. There's a little X up the top. Don't save the draft. Don't save the draft.
Put the pen down. It's okay. It's happened. There's nothing we can do.
Breathe. Breathe. The wise man once
Everybody
said,
breathe.
Woosah. Woosah.
Don't lose your minds.
They can't keep getting away with this stuff. Well, they've quickly.
You know as well that G2 social media manager cracking his fingers like.
Oh, he's ready. He's going to tag Lothar in that one. Well, 7-7. And look, for G2, they've reset themselves. Got rifles out
already.
Mimi's in quite a similar position, though. Down to just 43. Smurfette, 4 health. Just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. She has pushed up, made noise, destroying a nano that could have killed her, and is still going. Still looking for someone to take down.
It might be a ruse, though. I'm looking at the spike position. The thing is, when you get this far, there has to start to be a question of, well, I kind of just have the site. No one's really challenged me, but they look like they're willing to give this one up. Smurfette, maybe low, but definitely not out of the round. Managing to catch out a second player, both Amy and Rescue down. This is now a great opportunity for GX to take the lead. They've just got to make sure they don't overextend, because this post plant is a given.
Smurfette, that's a chance for G2 to pull it back. Landed, I mean, what was a headshot, but didn't need to be. Solo entry on 4 HP. Fair to say, Smurfette's already done her job. Now, it's on the rest of the squad to close this one out. As we see G2 prime for this retake. Still the utility there on Vanya to rob them of their sight. The flank up by Mimi catches Miori. Now pressure applied to someone like Jolina up in the window. Not really in a position to stop that defuse. Vanya from the top rope, spotted one down below, and it's a little awkward. It's labored, but it gets there in the end. Cove goes up, spam from Jolina. Reload needed, it's already halved. Now it's close to taking the win. That spam was so desperately close on 11 HP. Petra clinging to life, but Jolina snatches it from her hands.
Much needed Red Bull clutch. I was thinking it was going to happen again where G2 go into a retake with a disadvantage and somehow make it work, but Jolina stood tall. Took them all down in the end, even with the Cove, didn't panic, because that was the main thing. You spam your bullets once again, and that's just a defuse in front of your nose, but instead, even coming back out with a pistol, knowing at the end, didn't matter. 3 rounds in a row, converting that bonus. And for G2, it's back to pistols. This is the start they needed in the second half.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. For GX, this is a lifeline, not just in the map, but most certainly in the series. They need some sort of home ground to fight from. Haven for them now, well, they've got the lead. They've put G2 into a very weak position with pistols, and G2 even going for some mid-aggression. Vanya's gone walkabouts. For the most part, there shouldn't be a lot to do in this round for the defenders. Problem is, especially when you're talking about G2, it's in those moments where you think, well, they don't really have a lot to work with. This should be easy for their opponents. That they step up for a big play. Think back to last map, or maybe even here as well. The Andalucia Flawless with weaker weapons. Well, I think it was last map. If they can go for it this time around.
Let's be real, it always seems like they get one or two. It happens too often for anyone's liking, other than G2 fans. And for now, GX, they've taken their time. The thing is, it seems very well telegraphed where they're going to be pushing. Rescue taking a lot of damage, but even still, that time is starting to tick, and there are 3, make that 4 players already here for the side of G2. Flash, decently timed, already a first kill. The trade's back, Vanya still standing. And while it's already getting from bad to worse, finally Smurfette will put down another. Amy just getting on the scene. 10 seconds left for them to get that spike down, and they will. But we've seen her in these positions before. Smurfette swings. And while she'll take the round home, still incredibly dangerous, but they weather that storm.
Definitely not comfortable. And remember, they're up against so many pistols here, but I don't mind it so much because they played up against a really stacked hand. They went into the site where all the players were ready. In fact, not only were they waiting, but they actually fought at just the right moment, because you saw the flashes come out from G2, perfectly timed to initiate that crumble of the first push. This exact flash there. And so the timing was perfect, the stack was perfect. G2, sure, they make it close, but under those conditions, is that not what you expect of a team, especially a team like G2? I don't think it's that worrying for GX just yet. 9-7, strong position to play from, and all they need to do, you break G2's bye here, you're on the home stretch.
Here we go again. That's another tactical pause. That's another opportunity for leader, and that's the thing. There's so many trends that have to be broken. We've seen GX in the lead plenty of times throughout this series so far. And then this. And again, I don't know if it's just taking a breather. I don't know if the leader is specifically picking his opponents apart. I don't know if he has a notebook of every single possible scenario that could happen in this game, because it feels like it.
Oh, it does.
There's always been a response. And for GX, yeah, as said, the last map, they won both pistols. It wasn't that close. This map, they won both pistols. They've got the lead. But as we've seen already, when it gets into those buy rounds, G2 have consistently shown they are that better squad. Already you've got that Reckoning online for Vanya, Hunter's Fury for Ness, 2 high-impact ults that are definitely going to play a part if this ends up in a pulse plant scenario. For the defense, slightly more passive affair. Not really giving too much away. Not even going for any real aggressive fights across the map. They are happy to just sit back and wait for their opponents to try and make a play. And that's the thing. There is very little information right now for GX other than where they are not.
On the lookout, all they see is the Abyss. G2, well, they'll get their contact fairly soon. GX are on their way. B site's the target. That means going straight through Rescue. The easiest for any team to successfully pull off it. Rescue snuck into the smoke. She's up close, the surprise party awaiting them. And Sarah is the first to fall. Rescue, well, caught. A straight spam through the smoke for Jolina gets it. And Smurfette might be able, well, the turret's there. It's waiting. I don't think she's going to get past for free with players already here, but she knows that. She hears that turret. Regardless of what way it's pointed, she's not going to risk it. But sticking in the corner, this could have value to it. They're worried about it, but not checking it up first. That's a free kill for Smurfette. She's going to try to get out, Shirley. Shirley, she's going back. No, she's going forward, taking all the fights and winning them too.
double digits secured for GX.
We said it at the beginning of the map. If there's a player that you need to win a game like this versus G2, it is Final Form Smurfette. This is Final Form Smurfette. 20-7, takes that fight. It sees her teammate lose their lives, but doesn't panic, doesn't worry, looks to try and make a play herself, and she obliterates the rotation. Almost individually. She has some support at the end from Mayuri, but a lot of it was all just done off her own read and intuition. It's by far the best scenario we've seen them in. And while already that Final Form player is dead.
That's at least something for G2. And look, we talked before this about fighting fire with fire. And it seems like GX have certainly done a good job of it so far. Smurfette down and out of this round indeed. She'll have her impact a little bit later on. The spike to be retrieved, and ultimately, no need for panic. GX know what they're up against. Mostly pistols, so one rifle's there for Vanya, but it should be easy when it comes to crunch time. They found one pick. This is where GX make the right call. Group up, take the fights together.
It still makes me nervous. Vanya's not only the one with a rifle, but also with her ultimate. If it's placed at the right time, it could cause serious issues, and there you go. It's going to have to be the fade back. 40 seconds. That buys time for a rotation. Rescue now in position as well, and a double back at this stage would leave them very late on time and without information. Sarah's lurk could be everything, though. There's not a lot of utility. In fact, I don't think there's anything watching this other than a low HP Rescue. 25 seconds for them to make the move, and already Vanya's caught one. That lurk needs to be quicker, and in fact, they're losing their lives. Every single player falls. And what the lurk is now too little, too late. Unless she's going to manage to find all 5 kills, this round is going to go the way of G2, and now she's been spotted. That element of surprise is just too late to the party. A pay save card thrifty for G2 puts them right back in the running.
Well, gee, you'd look like a right idiot if you said that'd be an easy round, wouldn't you? Thank God none of us did that. Yeah, no, listen, G2 with pistols, fair play. I should have seen the red flags. I should have seen the danger on the road, but I didn't. I went straight through the ice.
We also hadn't had a Rescue multi-frag in a while.
That's true.
We
and actually, she started this one out on 4 or 6 HP, so I kind of thought, oh, well, Rescue's low, everything's sorted. I've seen this one before.
Which also, I love the way that most teams would shy away from using high-impact ults in a round where you don't have guns. We are consistently seeing G2 do it to their effect and winning rounds. It has happened so often at the Rolling Thunder going back to Sunset, which was, again, another big turning point in the map. They are so good at using those to effect, and now GX are going to try and respond in turn. It's going to be a trade, but it's an easy revival.
Yeah, of all the players to take down, I suppose there was a beam showing exactly where they are. Play around the smoke from Petra. She's being surrounded up top, down below, nowhere to go. Rescue at least pulls back the kills in their favor, and that's Smurfette falling. But it's still the disadvantage for the defensive side on the retake, and the lurk is going to take a century to get here. Not only that, but the trap waiting as well. Don't see an easy way out of this one.
Oh, especially with the operator of Rescue, you almost need someone to make a mistake. The utility not the best either, but it's gone well. Vanya start things off strong. The second not quite going her way. It will be traded out eventually, and now Mimi needs to strike, and she gets nothing for it. It'll be left all onto Rescue. She's going to try and bait them in, but she's been stunned up in the end. It will be an immediate response from GX. 11 rounds on the board now when it comes to Abyss. They're just 2 away from making this series competitive.
He wants his sign back. I think there was even a happy birthday one there as well. Oh, fair play.
What's impressive as well, because you have to look at even just the records. Even though things have been changed in terms of composition, even though matches have been close, G2 are 3-0 on this map, and their opponents are 0-3. So it would literally be their first victory going into this stage. Smurfette is looking to just lead that charge, running straight in, and I don't know how she survived that long. Rescue was behind her, but there's trades back in response. Both duelists having impact. We sit in a 3v3. Amy, though, not a gun of choice.
Why not, Tom? I mean, on a site like this, retaking, it's I can see no reason not to use the Bucky, other than the range and how open the map is. And you got to come from a high position out into a wide open angle. Plus, teammates are dying, so at least there's a weapon going to be there to be retrieved. Nice shot by Petra. I thought this round was done, especially with the Bucky, but now it might just be up for grabs yet again. 2 players still, but the time running low, and Sarah causing problems. It's all left onto Petra. She snuck up close, but Sarah's more than ready for that fight. 12 rounds, now locked in, and the 3-0 dream for G2 is fading. GX, they're not going out here, at least not in regulation. They've at least got an OT.
That's for sure. Especially with some of the economy issues with this back and forth. I don't know what sort of buy is going to be available for G2 to try and fight this one back, but we're seeing a strong showing, a strong force from GX. As said, many teams, you lose 2 maps, you lose your choice, especially when you have that veto disadvantage. You're going to be boomed. But it hasn't looked that way. I think their leader in Smurfette has made sure that it's not allowed to be that way, winning some rounds off her own individual brilliance, and already she looks to do it again. A double alongside Sarah, making it 3. And now Mimi and Vanya, 2 players with vast experience and talent within this game, have an impossible task.
Well, they came with the objective of fighting fire with fire. And, well, they've come out unscathed by the looks of it. It's G2 with that 3-0 dream that comes crumbling down. It's GX, 1 kill away, a fraction of a health bar away from taking this across the line, finding their map win, and guaranteeing us at least 1 more. Haven will be the next map, and thanks to GX, we'll be going there after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Red Bull gives you wings.
One way with you, what it feels like. Some way to you, I still try. Yeah. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you want me for real? Shawty, keep
Giant X are on the board, which means they still have a chance in this grand finals best of 5, and of course a shot at that beautiful, beautiful trophy, as well as that first spot going into Game Changers Champs as well. I'm your host, so I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. This is where we felt probably the least confident in this map pool for GX, and my goodness, that comp change, it worked, it was great.
I mean, I think it's very surprising to see them work in this from week to week. You know that this is a map that is going to be 100%, especially if if it's open and you have that result, G2's feeling so comfortable. So it's good to see that even they have the pressure against them, they're already 2-0 down, they can do this kind of things.
Yeah, that was a really enjoyable match to watch. I think, yeah, seeing Sarah move on to that KO, she had so much good use of her utility, her flashes, being able to support Smurfette getting into that site. We've seen a couple of rounds of her even being able to lurk up mid, Maori being able to lurk up mid as well. I think they played their attack really, really nicely.
Yeah, and it really helped that Smurfette on that ult. She was like 11-1 at some point. An absolute MVP performance from her.
That round where we see her using the Harbor's utility to her advantage, this round, number 7, like there were so many key moments where we saw the Smurfette that we expected to see, that we want to see in this head-to-head, and it's showing the level that, you know, she's been G2 before.
Yeah, and also they finally done it. They take a map off of them. How many times have they tried, Billy? And this is a great time to actually show up and do it.
Yeah, we did say that we think that the third map will be the pivotal moment for both of these teams, and I think that Giant X have just shown that the resilience that they've had to face throughout this lower bracket run, I mean, it came up great here.
Yeah, and you spoke about Sarah a little bit as well. I mean, if we take a look at the agent pool she's played on this Abyss map alone, I mean, you can't fault them for trying. They tried, and this is the one that worked.
I mean, right, like the map was not working, probably you change compositions, you see a lot of what it's out there, you decide to change the initiation, and what is your biggest struggle? Like, what are you struggling to deal with in terms of your opponent? And especially with a team like G2 with such distinctive agents that they played, I think that the KO was massive, and especially like rounds from that attack that we were seeing, like the impact that Sarah was having when she went in with the old, like the knives that she was landing, and so on and so on, probably made the difference in this Abyss.
Yeah, it's not only the knives that she's landing, it's the pop flashes, right? That she's able to pop through a Viper wall, a Harbor wall. You know, we see it so much on Icebox as well. So it's really nice that they've been able to implement that agent into Abyss.
Yeah, it is indeed. And also, of course, we got to talk about, I feel like the excitement that everyone's going to be feeling in that arena, because we could potentially, now GX have won this map, we could potentially see a reverse sweep. It's not something we see very often. Of course, we saw G2 manage a reverse sweep of their own on the global stage, but EMEA, it's largely just been a G2 3-0ing everyone. This is a new territory.
Yeah, exactly. And even if someone has gotten close, it's never been that, oh, you get 2 maps, you're so close to getting that third one, and it never happens. But we were talking about it at the beginning of the day. As this map pool goes deeper, the chances for Giants for Giant X to win this one get higher, and especially if you get the momentum of going from a map that G2 goes and was undefeated on, and one that you had never won, and get that result, now thinking of Haven, things are looking bright.
Yeah, definitely. You have to have a lot of confidence going into Haven after finally getting a win on that map after losing it so many times this split. But looking at Haven, I'm excited. I like this map a lot. I'm going to be interested to see what they actually pull out. And I just think it's one of those maps as well, though, that by the time you get to this point, you're feeling fatigued, and Haven takes a lot of brain power to get through, in my opinion.
Yeah, and this is the thing, though. We're talking about a G2 that's on a 14-game win streak that only lost 2 maps pretty much this entire stage. And when we talk about stamina that you just mentioned, too, they've never really had to go this deep. This is also new for them. Maybe they run out of steam, you think? Maybe they've been too comfortable?
Goes in?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen them tested at this stage.
I love all of your narratives, like especially when we bring Gambit back. I love all the narratives. G2 goes in. G2 goes in running out of steam. That is something that I don't expect to see. But
we haven't seen.
Exactly.
We don't know. Yeah.
But we're also seeing the face of Giant X, like the way that they were attacking in the past. They've thrown away so many advantages, and the way that they were attacking, baiting out the utility, waiting for the right time, and taking and actually forcing G2 to take fights they were not ready to take, and actually having the patience to deal with everything at their own time shows a Giant X that can perform the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these teams are good when they're put down at this point, as in, like, they need to be able to fight back into it. And again, I just want to look at the more experienced players on each of these teams. When I look at Giant X, I want to look at Ness and Smurfette. You know, how can you be pulling the rest through this one? Maori, never making out of groups until this point. And then when I look at G2 goes in, I'm looking at how are they mentoring a player like Rescue, you know, the Vanya, the Mimi, the Petra, even Amy as well, like all amazing players in their own right, but how are they really sort of like nurturing Rescue to get through this experience?
Yeah, I will say the one thing about G2 Gozen is when they are in scenarios like this, they seem to bite back a little bit harder. You know, they seem to come out like, how dare you guys take a map off of us? We're just going to crush you on the next one.
They destroyed the perfect score.
Yeah, they did. There's not going to be a 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 all the way through.
Maybe in 2025?
Yeah, let's talk about now. Let's not look ahead that much. But this is the other thing, though. Can they come out? Can they reorganize backstage with Leader as well, with their new coach coming into this year? Billy, is that something? Again, we're into unknown territory. We don't know. But surely, you mentioned the experience. If it's anybody, it's going to be them.
You would like to think so, yeah. Like I said, the experience of these players individually, like, you would like to think that they could just lock in. And like you said as well, as soon as someone takes a map off of them, they just bite back. We've seen it with Heroic.
Yeah.
They really fought their way back into it. So yeah, you would expect this team to come back into it strongly.
Yeah, and Comeback was in the crowd, by the way.
Yes,
What's up,
I
Comeback?
saw you. We saw you come
Thank
back.
you for coming. Thank you for coming. Yeah.
Please come back to EMEA.
Yeah.
G2 goes in making us hurry. I'm like, my attention spot's not very good. Anyway, G2 going back into this one, Haven, a map that they are not very well known for playing. In fact, they've only played it once, I believe, this entire year. But again, the same way that we're saying, yes, there was a week of preparation for Giant X to phase this giant across them that had 2 bans, that had been having a very comfortable stage so far. Now you have to think of, what did G2 prepare for this? There's no way that they're so laid back thinking that this grand final is going to be easy, or that they do not want that first seed.
Yeah, and it also feels like maybe they didn't expect this to be a bit later. Maybe they didn't think the sunset would be picked straight away, so they're more well prepped on Haven as well. And also, though, if GX win the next one and we get a 5th map, you know, online, we get all of the narratives, all the excitement, I feel like that's probably the best case scenario we could hope for. We don't want to sweep. We don't want any of that.
No. Nami said that it was going to be a 5-mapper, and I always believe what Nami says.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably the best evidence you could pull out for a 5th map here. What about the agents? We have seen some changes so far. You know, there's 1 or 2 here and there. Do we want to see more changes?
Maybe on the side of G2, something funky, because they play something, I would say, conventional with the Neon, and on the other side we see a Giant X that, you know, goes with the Viper, with the Euro. Now is when we're going to see them more on those funky picks.
Yeah, I think what's interesting for me on Giant X's side is you see Sarah back onto that controller, and obviously she was playing controller when she was on G2, kind of forced onto the duelist, forced into the controller, and now has been primarily playing Initiator for Giant X. So seeing her back on that Viper, which we will, is a really interesting one for me.
And again, even though you cannot find it online, Asuka did tell us that they did play this composition against G2 Gozen, and that is one of the reasons why they decided to keep going for this Haven. them because they were able to beat them pretty comfortably in Premier.
Yeah, and also Smurfette. We're talking about a player that only played Jet for like 3 years, pretty much. She's expanded her agent, but we've seen her play Neon, Jet, Raze, and Yoru in one best of 5. This is crazy for me.
I mean, it's a little bit of what's expected of her. Like, first 2 years of Smurfette, we're gonna love you. After year 3, we want to see growth. We want to see, you know, we want to put you on the same level of other names.
She's also never played the Reyna, which I think is crazy for a duelist.
For now.
It's crazy.
Don't. Wait until bind.
Yeah. I mean, every duelist just wants to insta-lock that Reyna, I feel like. They have a great time.
The thing is, like, we've seen Reyna a couple of times as well throughout Game Changers on the Icebox. You've seen Falcons play it on the bind as well. Like, it's one of those agents that is not picked up, and I would say they're quite selfish. So I don't see Smurfette being a selfish player, which is probably why we don't see her playing the Reyna.
Well, it's another chance for G2 to close this out. Or maybe we get a reverse sweep. Who knows? It's time to find out and send this back to Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much to our analyst desk. Yes, we have got another map at least for you. Now, Tom, as one of the only people whose prediction is now wrong, how are you feeling?
One of the only people. Oh yeah, no one ever would have predicted G2 to win 3-0.
One of the few people to incorrectly guess a 3-0 scoreline. How are you feeling about your chances of remedying it on your second guess? What's the score going to be, Tom?
3-1. I'm going to keep doing that all the way until they inevitably lose. But no, I think it's one of those things where realistically, it's a huge performance from them. Like switching up their composition, going to things that are more comfortable, I think was super important. Like seeing Jolina back on Smoke, seeing the Jet for Smurfette was just unbelievable. I do think that that's going to be an interesting talking point going into this map because I think her Yoru is one where defensively I really like it. It's one where you're going to constantly push and pressure the map. They have the double controllers to delay wherever she is not and gives her a lot of good setup. I do think on the attack at times, I think at the last 4 times they played, they had one good attacking side. Other than that, it was really rough. Like they struggled and had to have really impressive defensive comebacks if they were going to win the map. For G2, I think we've only seen them play it once this year, so we don't have a lot of data to go on, but I don't think that was them specifically avoiding this map. I think it's that a lot of people probably didn't want to play it versus them. Either way, it is that attack side start for GX. We'll see if they've got the remedy, because they'd never won an Abyss before today, and they have now.
Yeah, well, they've set the record straight, that's for sure. G2 ready to go for the retake, mostly in from top heaven. It's going to be a waterfall. Let's see if GX can put a stop to this.
Going flying.
Immediately Rescue's in on the side, deep for control. But the fight back from GX is significant. Damage done to Sarah, but players still tucked in. And another coming up short just now. Miori will be here to help out. Good stun, caught one, but that's all that can be done because Sarah's here to close out the round. 1-0, another pistol for GX.
Yeah, they can't jump off this map. Not able to just end this one quickly. And that's the thing. Like I think the utility that was put through from G2 in the retake was perfect. Like I think you had 3 players stunned, and maybe 1 or 2 blinded as well. But it was just still managing to get the kills across the line. Sarah doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that one. But just impressive that even with solid utility from their opponents, they're able to weather the storm. They're able to hold on to their spots. Wow, getting another pistol. I think that's at least 5 in a row. They won all of them in the last couple of maps, but it's whether or not a map won. I can't quite remember. I'll go check.
I think it was 2-2, but I don't remember who took the pistol. It may have been G2. I'm saying that because I have a 50-50 chance of being right. GX, decent investment. 2 pistols though, so they've got a lot of room. Lose a player or 2, it's okay. Don't have to fret. For now at least, G2 have a dangerous stack on this C site. Looks like it's going to be dealt with though. The flank already spotted. Miori causing problems. The site can no longer just look forward or even worry about Garage. All 3 angles are now wide open. So they go back to clear them out. Both pistols from GX are the ones waiting around here and looking for these opportunities. The thing is, they got to get some kills. Even if both of you go down, it's okay economically, but if you don't get kills as a result, then the numbers are still there! And the pistols can take those fights, and they can even win them! Miori finds one, a desperate attempt from GX to find something to fall back on. But Ness is alone
1 against 4, damage done, sure, but in a round like this, I don't give a damn. This is ridiculous value from G2 in round 2.
Well, I was looking up the stat line. It's 6 pistol rounds in a row. The first one went the way of G2. Second rounds, however, I do wonder if that's about to change. It is Ness in a clutch. Weapons have been retrieved. I would be just as surprised at G2 winning this round at the beginning as I will be if Ness manages to clutch this one out. But multiple low HP players coming all from the same position. Aftershock going both ways, and Petra will have heard the steps, knows exactly where her opponent is coming from, and even tags her up. Now it's an even playing field. No hope for Ness. An impossible clutch scenario. And while we talked about pistol rounds, that stat line's not going to change. But the second round, coming in with the pay safeguard Thrifty, is massive for G2.
Oh, it's just surreal levels of impact. The fact that I'm thinking about this is maybe the squad going elsewhere, ended up on A, which I guess they did. And those pistols being left behind to clean up the mess. And my goodness, they mopped it. You can see a reflection in that. It's just unbelievable. It went together, they lost their fights, and Ness, well, you can't blame her for losing that clutch. 1-1, but the manner in which we've ended up here, always going to be devastating if it's 1-1, but for GX, 2-1 down in the series, I want to see a resurgence from them in that first buy round.
Well, you might get one now. 2 rifles have been purchased up. That was the bonus cash from just having those pistols in the last round. Well, one of them's gone already.
Did you say now?
There you go, look, they've got 2 rifles still.
Oh, great.
They've only lost the pistols.
Chance.
Let's ignore the fact that one of them was definitely in Smurfette's hands. And Vania has just found a double from spamming a smoke. That is a horrific way to start the round for GX and for G2. Nothing but elation. Second that trip is even touched, I don't even think they want to. I think they have an idea that Amy is waiting around this corner, but that's the thing, there's no need for an overextension. You have the weaponry advantage, and you've now got player advantage as well. Amy's repositioned to just try and get any info she can, and still has the camera sat down on long. That's a big kill, though. Miori turning it back.
Well, they've still got a ways to go. Those steps hurt. The drone, sure, just going to grab the information. They can't quite follow up onto Petra. It's allowed to chase them all the way to the site. 3 players waiting there. Flash traded out. That will keep them back for a moment, but Rescue quickly takes that space. Wall falls and the fights come through. And it's G2 winning them. Great stun. Perfectly done. And the trade to close it out. There was even Petra there in case she was needed. 2-1. A loss in the pistol round, but victory early in the map.
It's not bad damage, honestly, from 2 rifles and losing 2 players immediately. It's really like a 3v5 response to lose a couple of players. The problem is they already had a mass boost of cash because they had, what, was it 3? I think 3 players surviving with picked up guns from the previous round. So there's not really anywhere near as much expense as you might have expected. And the next round's likely to come in with more than a full buy and some spare credits for the side of G2. Yeah, you can see that they've still got extra. Rescue with 5,300 available.
Standing ahead.
But this, as you said, this is the time where having those weapons back in hand, having a few ultimate Smurfettes is the one that catches the eye close to being online. Already taking some control towards A, but there are 3 players waiting.
Look at GX, they're not committing to, well, the steps are going back and forth. It seems like maybe leveraging on a pick on that side of the map. Does Miori get them to rotate back now because of the space found? Or do you expect G2 to make those rotations for you, leaving A much more open? Probably the more likely of the 2. With another fight on C long, surely. And then even ult spotting them out. Information now secured. And, well, GX are going to have to come up with another plan.
That's the thing. Any ruse that was sold is undone by the fact that you've got Rescue deep on C long. The only problem now is the B site. It's left completely open. Not a player there. You've lost as well your rotational player, the player who's going to be putting down that utility to try and sort of delay and catch them. And in fact, they've gone back almost at the perfect time towards C. That was held for so long by Rescue, but now she's going to be under pressure. And with the ultimate in play, it would be quite a risk to try and do anything off the back of this.
I mean, she had to give up the space because Garage was open.
She's still there.
She's just got through. She's not giving up the space when you really think she would. Going out, fighting, and no one's covering it. 8 seconds. They need that plan to come in here and now. Rescue. Oh, she could have stopped it. That kill might have won the round, but instead, it's left them in a 3v3. Everybody, rifles up, ready to fight, and Spawn is the target. No utility for Ness. It's going to be dry peaks, and in fact, G2 are a little bit too quick. By the time Ness comes in, they're already gone. Straight through to the site. Miori grabs the one, and a long player on their way. Petra needs to swing and provide that cover halfway. At least defuse partially, but Ness is there. Coming in from behind to close this one out and equalize the numbers.
Well, I was not expecting this camera angle.
That's a new one.
Everybody likes my side profile. That's what.
Some say it's your best, Tom.
That's what people wanted to see.
Some say it's your best. I'm glad I was hiding behind you.
Wonderful. The belly on full show. Well, that's 2-2.
Oh, they didn't even let you know in advance. Suck it, Tom.
No.
Breathe out, breathe out. Here it comes.
Can we run it back?
Just got a six-pack drawn on.
So,
oh, hello.
Yeah.
Didn't expect to see you here.
Somebody pull out the Photoshop. Pull out the Photoshop.
I don't think you're going to like what they do at that time.
No. Especially if Jack's involved.
Jack guy goes Photoshop. Goodness gracious. Well, GX on their way straight in towards that C site. Rescues there, but not for much longer. And Amy only with a pistol. Might be better to get out, but once they use her traps, unfortunately, they bypass them.
Oh, she's going to go straight back in, and Angelina doesn't allow for any more shenanigans. Petra a little bit late to the party. Obviously, again, this was a round of a hero rifle and not much more ultimate use for Rescue, but it really isn't the end of the world. And for Petra, it's all about what sort of damage she can do, and the answer is absolutely nothing. GX, after a pretty big blip in round number 2, have managed to recover quite quickly and put themselves back into the lead, back into a solid position on that attack side. As said, I've really liked the sort of defensive aggression that we can see from them.
Seen that guy before.
Hey, Charles Neddington.
Mr. Neddington in the flesh. That's incredible. He'll get an autograph later. Tom, this timeout's come into play. And for the side of GX, listen, they had that previous map under their belt. Some people doubted they'd even be capable of doing that today. They look pretty silly right now. They want to take a moment here to gather themselves. G2 to just run away with this once rifles come back out. Steady their game plan. 3-2, it's the lead, but long way to go. This map and another. No room for big errors, at least.
Yeah, I think this is the time as well for G2. You've had a couple of closer sort of clutch rounds that could have gone your way. The earlier, the better for this man to get his opportunity to steady the ship. I will say, though, it seemed like in the last map, GX managed to just rectify anything that was being thrown at them. And I also feel like that's an important thing to break. It's like if every time your opponent takes a pause, you lose the next streak of rounds. Just to know that, okay, we can stop that from happening. And I think that last map is also just going to put the wind in their sails. I'm seeing the way that Smurfette is just playing with such levels of confidence, willing to pretty much sacrifice herself to whichever player she meets up against, if it's the right one for the cause. And let's be real, most of the time she comes out giving her team an advantage. Already, you can see the build-up into that C site. The early aggression that was there from G2 has dissipated over the last few rounds, and they're happy to go for these more direct hits. Mimi is waiting. She doesn't have a whole lot of support. Amy is there.
Right there. Yeah, there is a rolling thunder put in, though. That's going to cause problems with, well, players ready for the retake, forced into it, but now here they come. Flash just about caught Amy. She's able to react in time once the blind fades away. Not able to grab more. Hunter's Fury finding its mark for a little bit.
You should run.
GX got a response of their own.
Spike planted.
Lockdown's being put into play. The drone just now seeing a few of them falling back, but there's nothing they can do. Respecting it is the only call. You're right, and having used that Hunter's Fury earlier, that's what makes up your mind.
It's the perfect time. It gives you an actual chance to get into post-plant scenarios, which a lot of the time G2 don't allow. Think about how quick Rescue normally is into this site. In fact, she's already dead for a minute. It's a 2-for-1 though. Petra sneaks past the stun. And because of that, it's all left onto Ness. She's been good in clutches before, but this would have to be one of the best. Already diffusing under her nose. And while it's already half, there'll be plenty of time with the trade coming in.
Yeah, listen, it was almost diffused. I thought it was. She got that kill just in time, but couldn't fade around the corner to get away. 3-3. And G2, well, they are still putting up that fight. It's going to be back and forth, at least. I hope it is. Because we know that G2 can hit their stride. They can run away with things. Here on this map, we don't want that to be the case. Some of the things that you look back on from the previous map, and I think the main thing that sticks with you is just how dominant we saw some of those players, mainly Smurfette. She was unbelievable. And now we're starting to see the job being done without Smurfette really hitting her stride. Hell, if she finds even a fraction of what we saw in that previous map here on Yoru, it's going to be a different game. But attack side, well, it remains to be seen just how much value can be found. Let's say in quite as flashy of a way, in a way that reflects as clearly on the scoreboard. Obviously, utility is great to get you into places, but often your life will be laid down for your teammates.
Mayori's someone who's had an awful lot of success fighting in towards the garage. She's done her job whenever that fight has come. Taking down Mimi, Amy, whoever seems to be around that position. It's stacked up this time. And again, the B site is left open. There's been deep control already taken, but the main thing is if Miori had gone down in that initial fight, this would have been easy. Rescue could have come in from behind. Instead, she's going to have to break that utility. Knowledge will be there, and with a Viper's Pit on the B site, that's going to make things that little bit tougher. Rolling Thunder, though. There goes Miori, and they still have to worry about Rescue in the backlines. Vania up front as well. This is all but falling apart. The remaining two players trapped in the back. They know where they are. And finding anything more from here is not going to be easy. Ness again versus the world. And while G2 win it.
Yeah, a lot of the, especially late round, comes down to Rescue. Great positioning, swinging out on mid, draws the eyes of those players. And at any point, what could have been a two-player spam through the smoke up mid for free kills becomes a near impossible situation. One player spamming, the other constantly having to take this fight as your Neon goes in and out of the angle, just drawing your eye. That was the whole game plan, and it worked out. Now, well, another timeout called into play. Didn't see who's the one actually calling for this, but I'd imagine that it's GX.
I think, again, taking a leaf out of their opponent's book has been something that G2 have been willing to sort of quell the bleeding a little early, and I think it's important for GX. Again, like this game has been a back and forth. We've seen both teams have resurgences at times. I think obviously G2 taking the biscuit in those first couple of maps, but the response on Abyss was a big one. Again, you think about the way the pistols went, and still G2 had the lead, but the response was there, and putting up a stellar attack is going to be important. Yeah, that's how I felt when I was on camera. Just shocked, surprised. Why don't you give me a kiss on the cheek? What was that about?
I'm sorry, Tom. I wasn't reading the signals, man. Listen, sometimes
I don't think I could have made it much clearer.
Next, you couldn't, Tom. You know, I see it. Looking back, I can see it, Tom, okay? In the moment, I misread it. I won't let you down like that again. I promise.
Oh, the guy's coming back. No, I'm kidding. 4-3. Pistols is all that remains for GX, but look at where Miori's managed to get to. It seems like they're aware of it, but it doesn't matter. In the backline's just causing a dilemma for the remaining players walking into this A site. The spike's going that way. That's actually where the stack up is. But when your teammate has managed to get into the spawn, you're going to be bemused. Miori's just looking to take over this one. A second kill already, a rifle retrieved, and the remaining players are somewhat trapped within this A site. We've always spoken about these low buy rounds going one way and one way only, but it looks like the later this series go, the more GX wants to flip that script.
Maybe the fatigue kicks in for G2, maybe not. Nice shots by Amy. Someone has to go back and grab the spike. But the advantage still sits with the attackers. Now, this is wise. G2 realize all the space they've given up, everything that they've lost, and if you start retaking from spawn, probably a flanker. So instead, they send their players out to other directions. Vanya losing her life, though. This causes problems. Petra, sure, they don't seem to currently suspect her to be coming from long, but once you clear spawn and Garage is yours, there's not really many other places that you need to worry about. 2 spotting towards B, but they're soon to see just where Petra is, and, well, this is going to give it away. Yeah.
You can understand that you've not seen anyone on the site. You expect there's only a couple of places they could be. Unfortunately, Smurfette still lurking within those backlines. That's going to be the pay safeguard. Thrifty to get another round on the board for GX. What a massive one to win at that. And again, I think the highlight for me so far in this map has been Miori. She's been insane. Like I mentioned, her garage control and how she's had success winning those fights. Well, this time it was a gap, it was abandoned. She manages to not only find the opener with a Sheriff onto Rescue, but it's the fact that she then catches a second player in the spawn. And that gives so much space to her teammates. Like, there's no way that there could be many players there. You've already seen the rest on the other side of the map. What a round from her. And now 4-4, scoreline equalize. That one's got to hurt.
Well, blink and you miss it. We've already got a player in the spawn. Ult used by Smurfette, decoy put through. Amy wasn't falling for it, but this time around the shorty play won't work out in her favor. G2 on the back foot in a 5 versus 4. With a minute 15 on the clock, the spike is being planted. This is a very aggressive round from GX on the back of Smurfette's ult. And now, all that's left to do is the formality of closing it out. They've got players backside, tons of utility thanks to that fast early start, but G2 are making it scrappy. Disadvantage still sits with them.
Yeah, with the long post plant, it's definitely not going to be easy. Not a massive amount of utility to be dealt with, but there's still that aftershock to be thrown through. Just trying to make things that little bit more awkward. Already halved for Vanya, and well, anything more should be an impossibility. The stun from Ness is perfect. And GX are going to claim back the lead. A proper back and forth in this map. And that's again going to send the economy of G2 into a very awkward position.
For an early half, this is going pretty damn well for GX. A map under their belt already in just the previous, and momentum picking up. They're dealing with a lot of these players, and like I said, second half, that's where we expect to see Smurfette step up to the plate a little bit more. Already in this round, the ult was very valuable. Sure, it's 1 kill, but it's the map control. It's the plant with a minute 15 on the clock and all of your utility still left to play with. That's a nearly impossible round, regardless of where the economy's at. In this one, as you said, Tom, G2's economy has been wrecked, and they've lost a player, Rescue of all people, right off rip.
God, and again, it seems like that battle has majority been won by Smurfette. I said in the past that I didn't think I'd seen the best of Yoru, but right now it is looking good. She has managed to take a lot of space. The ultimates have been very effective, and even just selling ideas while space is taken by other players. Like, that's always one of the issues with Haven, is covering everything. Like, it's a very difficult thing to do, and because of that, these A-site stack-ups just haven't worked for G2. Because there's been such pressure in Garage. They've walked C-site at times. They've been so willing to basically take some risks here and there. And those risks have really paid off. Also just on an individual basis. We mentioned last map we saw probably the best of Ness and Smurfette, where you throw Miori in the mix. And this starts to look possible. This round,
30 seconds
it's done.
left.
Well, you've done it now.
Spike
You've
planted.
only gone and done it now. We've seen this many times. G2 with a disadvantage going into a retake and they win. We've seen it many times. G2 going into a retake or just a round with pistols and they win. And it makes me worried because I know this story. I'm all too familiar with it. Amy has got a double to start with, a triple, in fact, and now it's competitive once more. In fact, a Rolling Thunder committed. And unfortunately not dodged, not by Vanya. She's at least in the corner though, both rifles in time. Smoke goes down. They're ready to start this to tap. Stun, but they need to get in the smoke to deny this for sure. There's a protector with Amy's fourth, and it's already half. Ness in the smoke, it's nothing. What? And with Amy's ace, they've brought that nightmare back to life. I've seen this story 1,000 times, a tale as old as GC itself. They've done it again.
Amy has just pulled off A ridiculous round. First ace, by the way, I think, right?
How is it? Fantastic.
We've had a few 4Ks, but this was insane. Like, she's being caught by utility, dodging pop flashes, and just every single shot put in front of her landing. I guess when you get the first 3 and your Vanya diffusing, you're going, she's going to hit these, I'll just stick it all the way. But even still, with 4 sheriffs, yeah, Rolling Thunder versus 5 with rifles, that's a round that should never, ever happen. Again, though, Miori is causing them issues.
Well, Amy's looking to do the same. Already taking out Smurfette. A good one onto Jolina. A reveal on the left. A fight on the right. Amy holding strong. A triple kill. That's 8 kills before they could eventually take her down right at the end of the half as well, injecting life into this roster. And Vanya manages to see the spike retrieve. The flank out from Rescue is perfect. And a lockdown used to no avail. I think it's fair to say they should just stop ulting on the C site. It's not gonna work. We've had Rolling Thunders, we've had lockdowns, and nothing but losses.
8 kills in a row for G2 come from 1 player.
What are you supposed to do?
It's definitely not bad. And even with that early catch, like, just look at the positions of the rest of the players. Like, they weren't even particularly close to help her. But Mimi was meant to be that player, the player throwing in support, but she had nothing. It doesn't matter, just her own utility, her own individual presence, and, well, back-to-back rounds from Amy. We talk about the championships her team have won, but she wants a trophy to her name as well, and it's still going. Another kill alongside Petra, a tagged up Jolina. Not a whole lot of hope. It seems like this one's Petra's turn. Again, looking like a lead in the half for G2. That has been the story of, I think, every single map we've seen thus far. And that story doesn't look to change in map number 4.
If you're not a good shot today, don't.
We're time to go over the break, Tom.
One way with you, what it feels like. Somewhere to you, I still try. Yeah. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shorty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, yeah. It seems I want you more. I want you more than you want me. It seems I need you more. I need you more than you need me. Oh yeah. Is it that hard to call me back after you say you call me back? Passive aggressive. No, I hate when you call me that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get into what could be the last half. I said that in the last map, and I was very wrong, but, well, there's a little bit of a different taste in our mouth coming in to this second half. It looks like G2 definitely woke up right at the end, putting all the momentum in their corner, and yeah, it was Amy that was the star of the show.
This is what has always made this G2 roster unfair, is that there always seems to be another level. There always seems to be another player that can step up. We've highlighted the Turkish duo, we've highlighted their coach, or we've highlighted the experienced duo. And then Amy goes, don't you dare forget about me. Don't you dare put me anywhere else but right at the top of my game. That's the most handsome we've looked today, 100%.
It really is. Nice lighting. Well, G2, they had 7 rounds on their defensive side, and now it's time to mount the attack, making their way to the A site, and, well, it seems like they've got intent behind that. Rescue with 2 quick kills. Damage has been traded out, but there is no notion of stopping. 3 under her belt, and the site secured. She's stepping in the smoke for more. Jealous of what Amy put down in the last map, the last half. Maybe she's got an ace of her own.
At this stage, it would be wrong not to go for it.
Go for it.
You'll get an ore by the way and still have 4 teammates to try and hold true.
They're going to get the
Paranoia is set up as well, just to put her into position to go for that final frag. She hit the gets the ace as well. We hadn't seen one yet throughout this series. Now, in a space of what, 4 rounds, we've seen 2 for the side of G2.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
No.
Talk about momentum for this squad coming out of the last half. Well, I think it's followed them right into this one. An ace kicking it off for GX. You've already got to be devastated. Some of the ways that the previous rounds fell away from them, sure, but
it also ends the streak. They had won 6 pistols in a row. It was,
yeah, you're right.
And the thing is, if they now lose this game, they will have lost the first pistol and the last. And that would definitely not be a storyline you want to complete, but we'll have to wait and see. We saw a response in round number 2 of this map. I'm sure GX would love to do the same, but with already Miori, one of the shining stars of this map in particular, going down early. Eyes have to look towards Smurfette, but it's definitely not going to be easy. That post plant seemingly guaranteed, and everyone else stuck behind smokes. It's going to be tough.
They were waiting for the Paranoia to come in up close in the smoke, but it's a stun from Rescue instead. Paranoia held until the actual initiation of the push, and that's when it's used for great value. Rescue, 4 kills in this round, and well, I don't know how good your math is, but the ult's online.
I was going to say, the Petra did just ruin the chance for a double ace. I'm just putting it out there. That was 9 kills in 2. That was literally, Amy went 8 kills in 2 rounds. That's pretty good, right? And Rescue went, no, 9 kills in 2 rounds. How about that? Someone now needs to get 10, but again, we have to talk about just the supportive utility. Like,
that's perfect.
I think half of those kills had an assist from Vanya. The paranoias that she puts into play every time. Like, we talk about her individually as one of the best players in the world, but there's no doubt that the support she puts in on that Omen as well. And Rescue, the wind is in her sails at this stage. That is literally of all the players in the server that you wanted to get 9 kills in 2 rounds, that was the last, because she's not going to want to stop.
Double digits on the cards for G2. Some weaknesses, but it doesn't look like it to start with. Rescue popping that ultimate earned in just 2 rounds. And now the site is theirs along with the advantage. Rifles upgraded too. This is not a good start for GX. Or maybe not a good finish.
Yeah, no, this is panic stations now. You have 3 players standing. You have a bit of utility to try and throw to get into the round. A lot of flashes. That's the major sort of benefit of the comp they're running. But Rescue, well, 5 in the pistol, 4 in the last round, 3 and looking for a little bit more as she sees Ness going on that hunt. Her Turkish counterpart will finally put her down, 5-4-3. It's almost poetic, but what a terrifying force this young Turkish duelist is.
Well, we asked, well, what can you do against Rescue when she's on form like that? And the answers, they don't come quickly to your head, that's for sure. It is a difficulty to imagine sitting across the stage from a player like Rescue. But GX, they won the previous map. They managed to make it work there, but now...
She just got more kills than the top fragger of GX in 3 rounds. That's a stat that I don't think will ever have happened before. That's madness. Miori is top fragging on her team with 12 kills, and that is how many kills that Rescue has just got in the first 3 rounds of this half. That is madness.
Especially coming out of the previous half where we were 5-5 at one point. We were 4-5 at one point, actually. Big C rounds, 2 in a row, and then the final, like G2, it was neck and neck. It was a close game. If anything, it was favoring GX, but the same thing we've warned about, we've feared. So many of these games in the past, G2 have shown us they can go down by a little bit, but when they start the streak of rounds, you do not stop it. Very few people out there can stop it. And it is most certainly in full swing. 6 in a row, 2 aces within that 6. 2 4Ks. Sorry, 4K and a 3K within that 6.
No, there was another 4K. Petra got
2
4K.
4Ks and a 3K within that 6. I mean, when you have everybody stepping it up, what's left for your opponents to deal with? For what hope remains?
This is a scenario now for GX. You got the support of Yedajay
is with you. That's what hope remains.
The foot players are there in full force, but this needs to be the best they've ever done. Like it needs to be something that most, if not all, teams have failed. It needs to be a step-up round, and Smurf has just decided to take over! We spoke about multi-frags in from the opposing side, a hero rifle, and a pay save card thrifty for the leader of the squad. If anything's gonna dig you out of a hole, it is that.
Yeah, that's the round 3 that they wish they had, that they should have had. And finally, the one thing that was able to deal with, and maybe in the whole tournament, the only thing able to deal with Rescue is Smurfette. She did it last map. She was on fire. And we talked about this in the first half. If there's hope set for Smurfette, especially to match up pound for pound, it's on the defense. Well, there's your first round. A sensational rifle buy with pistols backing it up. And all four out of 5 of those kills going to Smurfette. Now the chance to follow up. G2 still have rifles.
Yeah, you watch your leader, you watch your IGL do something like that, and that's where you start to believe. And she's not stopping, but it's not a connection. Doesn't hit the first bullet. And now maybe you get to watch what happens on the other side. An immediate shutdown of 2 players. A good response from Ness, but she hopes for a little bit more. Needs to be careful that that doesn't end up being her undoing, as the man advantage does still sit with G2.
Oh, Sarah was going for the push, but they're worried now that they might go back to the A side, so she stops. That means the flank
Good
will be
flash.
right on time, and despite a good flash, there's no follow-up, there's no kill. Amy still alive on the site. Jolina desperately trying to thin the herd, but can't get it done. Now it is Sarah. The rotation finally coming through. It's a garage play, and it's not caught them off guard. Now they know where she is, and the trap makes it even worse. 11 rounds on the board for G2. A gap of 5, and only 2 needed to close out this series. G2, they seem to have done it again, and it's up to GX to prove us wrong.
This is the tough thing. It almost is like the yin and yang of this composition. You have the success of that aggressive push, and then moments later, Smurfette doesn't hit her first shot. There's an immediate punish. That's the thing. Amy was on point in this round of just countering out what was severe danger at times. There you go. I think most of her team were blinded by that flash, and she saves them. She has done that too many times, be it on a mental level with the ace that she pulled off with a pistol, or be it literally. Like in this round, the economy again sucks. Smurfette is going to have herself an operator. There's a Bucky in the mix as well. It's not a combination that you normally see. And unfortunately, one of the weaker weapons is under pressure right now.
Oh, Sarah doing some good damage there, and the stun is good. The snake bite will get him across the line, but Rescue comes in for the trade. A quick shutdown. Back and forth we go. The site control held onto by Ness. But there's players all around her. Got a gap in the smoke. Doesn't hit the shot. The stun lands, and so do the bullets in return. A flash attempt. The Smurfette sent the decoy out, tried to delay the man. Has done exactly that. Problem is, yeah, we look at Niori and the weaponry disadvantage. The discrepancy between the two is pretty staggering. I think Smurfette, if it wasn't so late in the game, maybe you want to get out of here with that off, but there's a pick. Now you're going to go for it. Now the bookie gets close but doesn't land, and Smurfette sends it anyways. A nice try on the no-scope, but not quite close enough. 12-6. 6 in a row needed for GX to bring us to a map 5. Well, to bring us to an overtime, and then they need to win that for map 5, or that trophy with just 1 round will fall into G2's hands.
Yeah, they're fighting against experience. They're fighting against fate. They're fighting against the team that I think almost everybody going into today will have expected to lift that trophy. The first trophy for EMEA Game Changers, a desirable one at that. And Rescue's looking to run it down with this start, leading the way as she has done throughout. The supportive utility in play. There's a decent amount of players ready and waiting for her on this site, and Smurfette deals the initial blow. But as always, there's a response. Sarah, though, has managed to hold on, even throwing down that Viper's Pit.
And she knows someone might have snuck past her. Mimi tucking down below, and that's a mistake! Sarah steps out, Mimi ready with the Rolling Thunder, the timing slightly off though. It will catch both of them, but the spike remains far away. Amy's position though could catch them off guard. Plenty of time to work with, they're aware. They're watching it, they've seen her now, Amy. It's a little awkward, she's kept most of her HP though. Yes, on 22, delivers the killing blow. 5 more for GX, it's a start. Let's hope they don't see the finish too soon.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those scenarios of just trying to keep a level head.
Look at the economy.
The pace of which G2 went into that, you almost felt like they were just going to close it there and then, but Sarah stood strong. Even caught out in the end by a sneaky play from Mimi, but they don't crumble under that pressure. React well to deal with her and are aware of where Amy sits in the end. Still though, the G2 economy barely a dent, and they themselves only surviving with a couple. It leaves them a little lower than they'd like. Ults as well, leaning one way. It is an uphill battle for GX.
Yeah, and this is even after Rolling Thunder used in that previous round. You know, you still have Hunter's Fury, and I won't really count Vanya's ult as one most of the time. Amy certainly for finding information. Attack side can be decent, but we've seen impact from those from the shadows more and more as time goes on. Smoke through, that's Garage, as they attempt to at least sell a C split, but I don't think they're gonna go for one. Sure, the spike steps in, the flash goes out, but that's so too to the players. Out of Garage and back towards the B site. Now thinned out a little bit. And Miori, the only player close, is caught behind a smoke. They should grab a plant out of this. That's Hunter's Fury committed? I didn't think they'd go for it. With Sarah down, hey, they've got the advantage whether it hits or not.
I think it guarantees them the plant and might just guarantee them again. It is going to be Rescue looking to close, and while Smurfette is all that stands in their way from what seemed like an inevitable victory, they know exactly where that last player is, just waiting patiently. Petra could have had it done, but wants to make it confirmed. G2, whoever doubted it? They came in as the favorites, a single map lost in the entire stage up until this final. GX managed to make them bleed, but that is all. They wiped off their wounds, they continued their way forward, and in the end, with a couple of aces, a few multi-frags to boot, that trophy always belonged to them.
It did, and after all the years, the legacy that G2 have built in Game Changers, it only feels right that it's going to be them to take that first EMEA trophy. They put in the work, and it has paid off. One of the best teams in the world, and well, we'll find out soon if they are the best. They're going to be going to Berlin. They're going to be bringing that trophy with them.
Yeah, oh, well, that's the big thing as well. A home turf event for G2 is up and coming. And I don't think there was any doubt that they would be the team going in as favorites. They have come in as a squad. I think people looking for their matchup, them versus the North American powerhouse, could be coming soon. For GX, this was a squad that had to battle through that lower bracket from the get-go to make it to this final, to get themselves their champs qualification. And as said, they are one of just 2 teams to actually take a map off their opponent. They fought on map 1, one we thought was almost a dominant standpoint from the get-go. They made it close. They fought back on Abyss to take themselves a map in the first place. But today, there was only one team that was going to be hoisting that trophy. And sure, it wasn't the trio. They didn't keep it clean all the way through the year. Someone managed to at least do a little bit of damage. But the fact is, it was an impressive performance. And for GX, this is a great sign. They now have time to go back, to work on the things they've learned from this match, to look at, okay, how did G2 beat us here? How can we maybe like not lose to some of those pistol moments? Because they could have won this map, like even though it ended up in a fairly decent scoreline for G2. Ultimately,
what? The Rescue just popping out.
It did look that way. It did look that way.
Well, this is a team that certainly earned the cheer here in Turkey, in Istanbul, and this valuable experience, like you said, for GX and for G2 to play on the stage, to play in front of this crowd. Now they'll go to Berlin and say, I've played in front of bigger. I'm not feeling the pressure up against those international teams. We'll see how they fare, but a squad like G2, no doubt, will be going in as favorites in everyone's eyes.
Yeah, as you can see, that was the prize. That was the reason, even though we've seen it in the past, we talked about that curse of the third stage of EMEA for G2, always ending in defeat. The fact is, this was the time where a trophy was put on the line. A LAN finals was put on the line. Even just their stature was put on the line. Like, are you gonna let someone else claim the legacy of a first trophy? Are you gonna let someone else take that away from you? And I don't think there was ever any doubt for players like Petra, Mimi, who've been there, done that, got the t-shirt with the newer signings that they brought along the way. Amy for the first ace of this series came nice and late. I don't think we need to name Rescue and Vanya. Everybody knows who they are. I'm sure we'll look at the stats at the end of the tournament and go, oh yeah, they're at the top again.
Pretty high up.
And also, I think a shout out to Leader. I think there's very few times I believe you can visually see a coach being successful, but the fact that every time they took a pause, they seem to win like 4 or 5 rounds in a row. It's insanity, but it truly is impressive.
Oh, it's stopping along the way for the hugs as well. I mean, this is the thing. On the server, there's no friendships across that stage, but once it's over, it's nothing but smiles, and they'll wave hello to each other in a less passive-aggressive way than during the game.
I feel like that's just the Game Changer scene as a whole.
Oh, yeah.
It is the friendliest place I've ever seen in esports, and while we go back to our stage, we go back to our champions, we see G2 once again, VCT Game Changers, EMEA champions. There was never any doubt that this team was going to be lifting this trophy in the end. And finally, in EMEA, they have got one. Congratulations to G2 Gozen. They have won it once again.
They came, they saw, and they conquered. And now this big fish needs to find a bigger pond.
Yeah.
It's on to Berlin, to GCC, the Champions event. Maybe they'll get to lift another trophy. For now, they can soak up this moment as that first EMEA GC trophy finds its way into G2's hands, to the surprise of nobody.
Yeah, that's always going to be the thing. For Rescue, I'm sure this is a moment. Although I don't think I don't think I've ever seen anyone any more comfortable with a trophy in their hands. The first thing she does is just pull it out.
Pop it out for him. Let him know.
Oh, you've got to love it. And for Mimi, well, it's someone who took over that leadership. You have to talk about the past of this roster. You have people like Giuliano, who won trophies back in the day, and Mimi took the helm fairly recently. Like, it was Petra who was doing that leadership role before. It's safe to say that they have gone from strength to strength. For Vanya as well, joining this from BBL Queens, we spoke about that roster as the one major threat to G2, so G2 bought their best player. It's a good way to win championships, I'll be honest with you, if you've got the bankroll to do it. And the same thing for Amy as well. Another player who was a threat, who was someone who could do damage versus them.
I want to ask you a few questions, guys. I'm not going to leave you, so... I mean, it's a great victory, great series on this stage on first line.
Well, we've also got the pay save card play of the week,
really
which actually comes down to Smurfette.
And of course,
so there you go.
So
even in a loss, she could still pull out crazy plays.
I mean, this was an unbelievable round. She went down with a hero rifle and took the pistols. We love to see it, but I think we want to get down to that stage and hear the interview. Let's toss over to the stage.
My bad.
Yeah, it feels great. Is it even on? I can use yours. Yeah. It feels great. We finally won 3 series in a row, so it's definitely very satisfying, and yeah, it felt like we were pretty dominating as well. So yeah, it feels amazing.
Tabii Öncelikle bu sahnede çok önemli bir gün olduğunu, aynı zamanda hem Game Changer topluluğu için hem kendileri için de çok önemli bir gün olduğundan bahsettim. Burada ilk kez Game Changers'ın bir LAN eventi bizim ülkemizde yapılıyordu. Onlar da burada tabii önemli bir yere sahipler şampiyon olarak. Bu galibiyet sizlere nasıl hissettirdi, fikirlerin neler diye sordum. Çok mutlu olduğunu, mükemmel hissettiğini ve aynı zamanda da heyecanlı olduğunu belirtti ama birazcık daha tabii ki detaya girmek lazım. Burada yine bizim ekibimizden Vanya, yani sen bu sahnelere çıkmadan önce bizim takımlarımızda yer alıyordun. Sana da benzer bir soruyu sormak istiyorum. Senin yolculuğun çok daha uzun, çok daha farklı bir yerden geldi ve farklı bir hikaye yazdın aslında. Şimdi G2'nun bir parçası olarak burada yoluna devam ediyorsun. Bu kadar kaliteli bir takımla artık yani dünyanın tepesi diyeceğim, Stage 3 şampiyon olmak sana nasıl hissettiriyor? Tabii önce bir çevirmek istiyorum. Vanya, you're actually story was different from the other guys because you made a great impact in the Turkish Game Changer community as a team of as a player of the BBL team. Then after that you are playing with great players in the G2. So how it feels for you to have a impact in this team, this much performance after the Turkish victories and Turkish domination? Canım nasıl istiyorsan.
Destekleriniz için teşekkür ederim. Okay. I'm gonna speak Turkish, guys, sorry. Destekleriniz için teşekkür ederim. Benim için çok anlamlı bir şey çünkü İstanbul'da oluyor ve ailem de izlemeye geldi ve en başından beri beni destekliyorlardı. O yüzden daha çok heyecanlıyım. BBL'de geçen yıl burada sahneye çıktım. Bir yıl sonra aynı yerde yine kupa kaldırmak benim için çok anlamlı. Ve ülkemi temsil ettiğim için gurur duyuyorum kendimle. Onun dışında çalışmaya devam ediyoruz. Yani çok çünkü G2'ye girdikten sonra daha böyle profesyonel bir ortam hissettim. Bence şu an en iyi, bilmiyorum, olabilecek en iyi yerdeyim diye düşünüyorum. Umarım Champions'ta da aynı şeyi gösterebileceğimizi umuyorum. Bu kadar.
So basically, I was on this very stage like a year ago with another team. It was also a meaningful moment for me, but it's a bit different with G2. We are playing more professional, and I want to thank my family who is supporting me like all the way to this moment, and it was a really great victory for us. I want to achieve more, and I thank all of them. I thank all of you guys. Ve koç, tabii ki Türkiye Esports sahnesinde mükemmel başarılara imza atmış bir isim. Lider, gerçekten adının hakkını veriyorsun, onu söylemem lazım. Burada çok farklı bir arenadasın, çok farklı bir aslında ekiple beraber rol alıyorsun ama bu başarı asla değişmiyor. Bunu neye borçlusun? Tabii ki takımın çok büyük payı vardır ama senden daha fazlasını Berlin'de görecek miyiz? Ekipten daha fazlasını Berlin'de görecek miyiz? Leader is a great member of the Turkish FPS community. He achieved so much with different teams, different regions, different actually outcomes, but the final moment is always the same. He is always the champion. So how do you achieve it? What we are going to see from you? What should we expect in the Berlin in the next stage?
I mean, firstly, having this tournament here feels different. So I feel so proud, so happy, and let's see if we have these tournaments more. We're going to collect more trophies. Don't worry about this. And we win because we really work a lot. Like, we non-stop working, we're having some mental breakdowns sometimes. We just don't want to work, but, you know, like, it's just a passion. We're just so ambitious to win all. And then we're going to continue that. So it's just not the last trophy we're going to win. So just stay tuned and don't forget to follow us more. Thank you.
Tabii mükemmel bir çalışma veriyoruz. Sonuna kadar da götüreceğimizden emin olabilirsiniz. Müthiş bir tutkuyla, heyecanla ve istekle aynı günkü gibi bu işi yapmaya devam ediyoruz. Haliyle bizi takip etmeye devam edin. Bizden çok daha fazlasını göreceksiniz. Umalım ki Berlin'de de aynı performansın daha iyisini sizlere yaşatacağız diye tekrar topluluğumuza da bunu hatırlatmasını yapmış olalım. Renkü, sana da ufak birkaç soru yöneltmek istiyorum tabii ki. Özellikle hem ilk haritadaki etkin hem sonrasındaki performansın seride yine çok önemli bir yere sahiptin ama 3 haritayı çok temiz şekilde kazandınız ama en beklenmedik yerde Abyss haritasında 3-0 bir galibiyet serisiyle giderken rakibinize bir kayıp verdiniz. Orada ne oldu? İletişimde bir problem vardı? Stratejik olarak mı yenildiniz? Aslında sıkıntı sizin için neydi? You had a great impact on the series, but when you guys picked the Abyss, everyone was so sure about you would win the series 3-0 because you had a win streak 3-0, your enemy was 0-3 in the Abyss, but what was the problem in the stage? It was communication, strategy or anti-strat? What was the problem?
Well, we picked Abyss and we won before on it, but I don't think our Abyss was ever good. And I hate Yoru. I just have to say it. I hate Yoru. Never gonna play it again. Mimi can play it, not me. I'll play Sentinel, okay? Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think we had trouble in anchoring sites. And nothing much. Ne söylediğimi unuttum. Abyss'ten nefret ediyorum. Abyss'imiz hiçbir zaman iyi değildi. Yoru oynamaktan da nefret ediyorum. Mimi oynayacak bir daha Yoru oynarsak. Genel olarak side'ı anchorlamakta sıkıntı çektik. Onun dışında bir eksiğimiz olduğunu düşünmüyorum.
Mimi, you are one of the two members of the original team actually after G2 was on this stage. So how it feels for you? How was your journey? Because it's been like 2 years, I guess. I'm not so sure about the dates. And you are always on the top of the world right now. And it's another victory for you. It's another win for you today. Does it feel like you get used to it? And I know it's every time another achievement, but how do you feel after this much success and victory?
I don't think you ever get used to winning. I think you just always want to win. And this is the first year we finally win 3 in a row. And that was the main goal in the start of the year, to win 3 in a row. We broke the curse, and next goal is to win champs, hopefully. But I mean, I'm surrounded by a lot of talented people and staff, I swear. And you know, I feel like they're doing my job easy as IGL, because, you know, Edda go shoot, Vanya go shoot, Petra go shoot, Amy go shoot. Coach, what are we doing? You know, I don't know.
Thank you so much, Anne. We talked about Berlin, but I also want to ask you, what should we expect from you guys in Berlin, and who was the standout player for you in your team today? I mean, it's 2 different questions, but I want 2 different answers from you.
We will have better maps for sure, better Abyss, better Icebox, better Ascent. You'll watch us play very good games. And we will just improve as much as we can. We learn from the mistakes we did today, and we'll just make sure we're strong for champions. And who was the best today? I don't know. I feel like everyone had like really good moments, like everyone. So, I mean, maybe Edda, because she aced and almost aced twice in a row.
Tabii ki her zaman daha fazlasını çalışıp ortaya vermeye devam etmek istiyoruz ama bugün oyuncusuna gelecek olursak herkesin farklı haritalarda Ascent'inden Lotus'una birçok güzel performansı vardı. O yüzden belli bir isim söylemek bahsedilebilir. Ama bugün önemli olan şey tabii ki bizim için kazanmaktı ve biz de artık bir yayının daha sonuna gelmiş bulunuyorum. Hem ekipte destekleyen herkese, burada emek veren herkese teşekkür ederim. Hem de şampiyonumuzu tabii ki bir kez daha tebrik etmek isterim. It's another story and another great victory for G2. I want you to make some noise for the EMEA Stage 3 champion. We are gonna be seeing them as the defending champion in Berlin next month, so congrats again, guys. And goodbye, everyone.
Congratulations to G2 Gozen. You heard it there from Mimi. It means a lot to them because they finally broke the curse and did it 3 in a row.
Are they going to break the second curse now with the first seed of the EMEA? We shall see. We shall see.
Yeah, we shall see indeed.
It's nice to see such a humble queen as well. You know, she was just shouting out everyone on her team. You know, they make her job easy. So yeah, I'm excited. They're looking good going into champs.
Yeah, and shout out to Rescue for just giving the L as soon as she took the trophy from her. And it just looks so natural, I feel like, on these players that haven't won this big trophy before. But here's the thing, they will be back alongside Giant X and also Falcons, as well as we head to Game Changers Championship in November. So make sure you guys tune in. If you got tickets, come and say hi. And it's going to be a great tournament. You guys got any early doors predictions? I don't know. We haven't even got all the teams qualified yet, but EMEA is winning it all, right?
Yeah.
It's coming home.
You heard it here first.
It's coming home, baby. Billy, you agree?
I mean, we have the extra slot, so you think we have a better chance, maybe?
I like it. She's got the stats.
Absolutely not.
She's got the stats. But thank you
I'm going
for
full on Team Liquid if they make it.
Wow, okay. Thank
Somebody
you
has to be
very
the
much
traitor.
to you, Billy, for joining me today. And thank you to you guys at home for tuning in. Like I said, make sure to come back and join us for Game Changers Champs, and we'll see you then.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance.
That's the unfortunate truth for Giant X is
when I go back to sleep, I dance.
they get the advantages, just fading away.
When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I gotta move.
They look to retake this before it's even begun. Rescue with another, and she'll close it as she started.
Not gonna tell you twice. We're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat. We're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice. We're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat. Oh, you know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules, do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your day. Not gonna tell you twice. We're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat. We're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice. We're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat. Yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'm I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up